Sup guys, it's Corrupted
And it's Dragon.
back again.
Back
Uh
again. Welcome to the shop. Ramen for the soul.
yeah, so today we're on almost the halfway point, right?
Man, it's the pretty
We're
much the
pretty
action
darn
act break.
close.
Like this pretty much the rise in action to the big climax. This is the rise in action.
Yeah, like it's what's it called?
What we
We're
all been waiting for, everything that
halfway
they've
through
been
1-0.
preparing for. Yeah.
I think
But
we're
it's
halfway
it's
through
every
1-0.
cause y'all do realize the Onigashima raid is everything that they've been planning for since Punk Hazard when he first met Law. So,
Yeah.
and then in Wano, how it's all been playing up to this point, everything's been kind of leading and like been against them in ways that we're gonna see here in this watch through in this part of it. That like all these guys have been pretty much like throwing everything they have at the Straw Hats, and they just kind of still going on while Luffy's locked up.
Yeah,
But yeah,
while
man,
he's locked up. It's
yeah,
not
man, it's
just
this pretty much the rise in action to the big climax, the big raid. But as always, make sure y'all like, comment, subscribe, man. We appreciate all the support we've been getting from y'all lately. Just keep it up, man. Y'all got anybody? We know a lot of y'all watch. We appreciate y'all watching. Appreciate y'all commenting. Make sure y'all like and sub, man. All we need from y'all. Go and do that for us. That's
also
all we need.
down below we got a Discord server. There's a link to it down below if y'all want to join where like we got a couple of different channels for like theories and different animes and stuff like that trying to build out. So if y'all are interested in that, yeah, it's in the description.
Go come in there. Listen, go and come in there, man. We're trying to get everybody in there. Go have us all so we can talk and interact with y'all and outside of the streams and stuff. But yeah,
But yeah, so this this week's episodes starts just like every others, exactly where the previous week left off.
yep,
Um, and we're still at that the Shogun's party.
yeah. Old Robbie and them pretty much having it out. Where we left off last time. I know we was talking about the geishas and stuff and how pretty much they're all just it's a brothel thing. Like they're all pretty much just whorehouses. And it's different then because like I kind of had thought about it deeper when we was talking about Komurasaki. And bro, the reason Komurasaki's the top Oiron is not just because she's of course the most beautiful and probably you know the most known and all that, but she also performs. She's also a singer, quote unquote. A musical artist. She plays the shamisen. I think that's the instrument. What it's called. That they have. She plays that a lot, and she's like pretty known for it because you see in the parties and stuff like her playing. She captivates the attention of the entire audience, not just you know Orochi and the top brass, but everybody. So she's kind of known. So that's what makes it kind of more intriguing when you think about it. Like
Yeah, that's what it's
because
called, a
even in
shamisen.
yeah, but it makes it a little bit more intriguing because it's like it's one of those things when you think about how it was back in the day with those little diners and those little the tops, the stages and stuff. Those women who got on stage and sang how their voice was alluring and stuff like that. It's pretty like cliche and a lot of stuff that happened back in the old time in the entertainment area of like I only know a year, but early 1900s, I guess. I'm just going off blank memory right now, but like in Komurasaki's case, she not only it was popular, well known, beautiful, but she also performed. So that made her like an even more higher value. So that's why that party they were at was pretty much like in what do you call it? Like an official banquet. It wouldn't just be like your average banquet. It would be more official.
Yeah, it was basically just him partying like it's what's it called? Um,
99.
oh, what's up, Owl? Sorry, been trying to
Oh,
fix the
Janelle.
chat. It was messing up when we started this morning. Um, but yeah, the the party's interesting though, 'cause you get a couple of weird. We're at what's it called? Episode 926 to 950. Like we just
Pretty
continued
much.
from the previous one.
Yeah, we at
Um,
the only one bashful party now.
well, not the only one got, but the
Yeah, we been going to talk about the only one bashful and robbing them
oh,
in a
that's
minute,
what you said.
but
I thought you said. So, my bad. I misunderstood what you said.
I know I said it really fast. My bad. I said it like hella fast.
But then basically the where I can't remember. I keep wanting to call her real name. Um, where Orobi gets caught,
All right.
like the continuation of the episode where they try to screw her up, and then she escapes, and then they think that they kill Komurasaki, where she fakes her death. But I like the one part of the party is that it shows off how much the community of Wano fucking hates the Shogun, but they have to listen to him because if they don't,
Yep,
they die.
yep. It's that dynamic of you're around a person who walks in a room and you just they know and you know that they can hurt you like almost immediately, so it's almost like a mutual respect. But in their case, theirs is like literally how every time something happens, it's like, oh, the Shogun's gonna kill us if we don't do it this way. Oh, he's so weird for thinking he so weird of holding on to that superstition. Oh, don't tell him that he'll kill you if he hears that. Or the one that was so dumb to me that you mentioned that because it was like he was mentioning I think the dude was mentioning about the about Orochi and being the Shogun and like how he basically like he's it wasn't even saying that he was weak. It was or even saying that he was like cowardly. It was mostly saying that he was just cautious. I can try to remember the exact line, but I don't think calling somebody cautious is a bad thing. It could have been one of those things in translation that got lost. Definitely possible. But it was setting a dynamic that mostly everything that Orochi was standing on that he was like so afraid of was very fragile. Because of course they put the icing on the cake with the Akazaya 9 superstition. And then they know, because even if you said it, they know. They know that it's going they have him pretty much figured out because the dude was like, as soon as he said the first line, you're the moon unaware of the dawn. Oh, here you go again. About to ruin the sake. My buzz about to get messed up. So they already know. Y'all been around this enough to know that this what he do all the time. So this ain't this ain't new. Y'all this ain't new. He always do this, but y'all have to do this. Y'all been dealing with this so long. I know last episode one of the things we mentioned is just how bad their spirit is just dead. Like their spirits are dead to like irreparable points. It's just Bello Betty, where you at?
Yeah, and it's not just that. It's that they're so like I don't want to say that it's brainwashed because they clearly think differently, but what it does is that they are it's not that they think differently, it's that if they screw up, they know they'll die. So they just have to keep quiet and they can't argue. Because as soon as someone argues, that person immediately dies.
Exactly. And you see when Toko sit there and she started laughing. I mean, and it was crazy too because watching it through this is like everybody in that damn room was chuckling under their breath and holding their lips tight as hell. But Toko let it all out. Of course, hindsight 2020, we know why she's laughing, which makes it even more crazier. Because that's every time I see these scenes and stuff now, I always think about it and what I currently know, and it's like, bro, she's just reacting. Like
No,
when the scene when Orochi had his hand on her neck and she was like, "Oh, you gonna laugh at me? I'll kill you for laughing at me." And she's like, big grin on her face now, but you look in her eyes. Oh my God! Like they encapsulated the eyes just straight, like perfectly to say she's in distress. and you can see it. But we'll get there. But
But no,
everything that's happening in this point. No, go
what
ahead. My
makes
bad.
that moment even crazier is like it shows off how much Orochi sucks because it's his fault.
Wholeheartedly.
No, like the reason that like so he's mad that she's laughing at him, right?
Yep. Wholeheartedly.
Like he's mad about that. But the reason
Excuse
that
me.
she's laughing is because of his own treachery. It's not because
Exactly.
it's because like he is directly responsible for her not being able to show any emotion other than laughter. So he's mad at her for pointing out
Ooh,
that
that's
his
real hindsight
inefficient
2020 right there.
he's mad at her for pointing out that his insufficiencies of like
Boy,
his
that is
insufficiency
that's a
of
bar.
manhood. Like because that's what it points out. It points out how weak of a man he is, how not a good
Yeah,
man,
yeah, because
and that's why he gets mad.
bro, in the literally, he's the person who put the smile fruits out. He's the person who created the people who could do nothing but laugh. So to have Toko there when all she can react to you is laughter, knowing doggone well you hate people laughing at you, is almost the biggest example of just what
Ooh, a
hypocrisy,
bitch syndrome.
irony. You know what I'm saying? That's the biggest thing
Yeah.
of be careful what you wish for. All these little tones and idioms and metaphors that we got. He just messed up all of them in one go. Like, why would you do that? Like, that's folly. That's freaking dumb. Like, it's stupid at this point. Like, you mad at her for to kill her for laughing at you, but you created something, or even if he didn't create it, because technically Vegapunk created it, but you pushed all this stuff into the world, into Wano, and now you mad at the result of it? Don't you want servants?
Well, it's
Don't
not
you
just
want
that.
these banquet
Like,
stuff to be that? Like, but still, like, these same people that you done put, that you created, these same people, you mad that they exist?
well, it's he's not
Like,
mad that they exist. He's mad that their existence points out his inadequacies.
better way.
Like that's what it is. That's why like he created them because he wanted to be cruel, but then his cruelty show like him being cruel shows how weak he actually is, and then he hates the reminder that he's weak. And so that's why he lashes out at him. So he thought he was being a like badass motherfucker by doing this, but no, it turns out it just makes you look like a weak little child. Like it makes him look like a petulant child complaining about his own mistake, like throwing the tantrum in a store is what it makes
He's
him look
definitely
like.
that. Oh, he's definitely that. He's definitely the perpetual child. You can see it all on full display here. Like, even with how, like, you think about how easy he is to be swayed. Like, he doesn't really have a tactical mind to him, because you see in the Oniwa Banshu how diligent they were in chasing Orabi around, Robin around. Um, they're going through everything, all the motions, checking, of course, checking the roofs all around outside and stuff like that. They have a tactical, sense about them. So, in the sense of what position Orochi's in, he's got these women walking in and out. You see them for a second, and the next time you don't. And either their communication protocols and security protocols are bad, but I'd be remiss to think that nobody told Orochi that. Well, of course they didn't, because I mean I don't think they knew he was looking for her, and they didn't know her name, so he wouldn't have told he was looking for her specifically. But like that they had an intruder at least somewhere around there. He could have got wind of
Well,
that
it
at some
makes
place, but
what's his name? Big forehead. It makes him look ineffectual. So he can't say it.
oh, Fukuro Koji,
Yeah, it makes him look like he's bad at his job if he comes out and says it, so he can't say it.
which Raizo pretty much told him he was bad at his job, and he pretty much pointed it out in every way possible.
Yeah, it
But
takes two ninjas to do the job of. It takes two ninjas to do the top job of like what does he have like 15?
a
I
lot.
forgot how. But another thing
Thanks for
that's
stopping saying
interesting
that.
about like Toko laughing is that all his um all his attendants and stuff are just like, oh my god, I want to laugh so bad. I want to laugh so bad, but if I laugh out loud, I'll die. So it's like Toko doesn't feel the same as them and wanting to laugh, but her being forced to laugh due to the stuff that's been done to her lets her let out the emotion that everybody else has, which is
True,
interesting
true.
because she's like every emotion has been or the ability to feel emotions has been robbed from her,
Hmm.
but she's still able to like give everyone else the emotion that they or show off for everyone else the emotion that they have, which I think like adds to the reason that Orochi gets so mad is because he realizes that that's how everyone feels about him because everyone understands that he's such a little bitch.
Hit it hard for him, man. That man Drake Jr. Drake
Like,
Jr. That boy Baby Drizzy.
yeah,
But nah, another.
he's suing Toko. Um, he's suing Toko for pointing out that he's not as good as he thought he was. He's just popular. That's
Yeah,
exactly
you
what
just
happened.
popular, bro. You bought your fame, bro. You ain't got it like that for real. But nah, it was something else that got pointed out to me in this whole situation that is going on right now because we talked last weekend. I keep bringing it up about how the people kind of just their spirits are gone, and this is one of those instances where you see how far it is because look, um, one of the things in which they've been robbed of is the smile, their happy times, and all of that. But you think about where they are in the banquet. All these people are pretty much dancing their way, tiptoeing around Orochi the whole time. It's funny that this, like I said, this is something that they always do. This was not normal. I mean, this was not spontaneous. You know, they know Orochi messes the party up with the freaking talk about the prophecy of the 20-year prophecy and stuff. They know that happens. They know that he gets messed up and start hitting all the women. They know this. So this whole time y'all been afraid as hell to like laugh at this dude's like bullshit story. So you mean to tell me the one thing that caused this dude to change and go off the rails, which of course we see what happened, it wasn't a good thing, but the thing that provoked change, y'all were afraid to do it this whole time, and it took a child who, mind you, you just said it, who she was robbed of her emotion. This is the only emotion she got. So to put it in poetic terms, the only you gave her the only emotion she has that she can react to simultaneously. This is the one thing y'all holding back. You know, this is all she can do. Boy, at the same time, this is the thing that y'all holding back, that y'all scared to do because of this dude Orochi and all the stuff that he can do. But we see he's a fragile child, how easy he is to be swayed, you know, all this stuff that he got going on. We see his pleasures and stuff kind of lead him and how he loves honor and stuff like that and people to grovel for him. Like all these things encapsulate a dude who just has no real power. So all these people who were scared to really push up against him and been holding on to this stuff, just doing this the whole time, is the real villains in all this. Because Toko couldn't even do nothing but laugh. And of course, this again, that's hindsight 2020. But she couldn't do nothing but laugh. Y'all got y'all emotions. Y'all could have pointed this out. Y'all had the option and y'all couldn't do it. But she had no option. She was just a bystander. And then it took all of this. It's like it's one of the things you look at it. It's like y'all kind of could have did like y'all really could have took Orochi out a long time ago if y'all knew what y'all was doing and y'all knew how to play the fiddle. Because even Denjiro, I wish it was more people like Denjiro and Hiyori that was in that same kind of mindset that they were. But we find out later, of course, they did have people that were in that same mindset, but they was also in the Ashura Doji mindset and pretty much the defeated, woe is me, nothing ever gonna change. I'm tired of fighting, which is justified, but I'm just saying that's how they was at right now with everything, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. And then we get the where the Shogun like goes ballistic, wants to kill her,
Yeah,
but like
yeah,
you can't get mad at the person that's behaving how you made them behave. It's like a good example is like a child. If you teach your child to do something, or it's not even if you teach them. Let's say like you force your child to get like these weird parents that force their like 2-year old to get their ears pierced, right? You know,
yeah.
like that happens. You can't get mad when it gets infected. Like you're the only one that can do anything about it. and
That's
that's how
true.
he acts. Like
That's
he
a
acts like the same
that's a
way.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like
I
a
feel you.
2-year-old can't take care of that shit. They're not gonna know how to. Like they physically can't
That's one
take
of them
care of it.
things. That's one of them things about controlling your responsibilities and stuff. Like you don't do stuff
Or
or
like you
make
can't get
decisions that
mad.
you can't handle the fallout for.
Like you can't get mad when you get a cavity because it's your fault that you got a cavity.
Yeah, because you can take care of your teeth correctly.
Yeah,
The thing
it's
to
like
do is to not be mad. Is to just take your L and handle it.
yeah, and
It's just
just
that
had,
simple.
but that's like
And
how
that's
he is
and
being
that's
here.
and that's and that's so crazy because just take your L and handle it, Orochi. Like if you already and the thing about it was it really isn't even the fact that he lost. He actually won, but they actually caught him with a little ruse, a little a little bluff. It could have been that way. I mean, we know it's not a bluff, but in the scheme of gambling, if he would have 20 years, especially 20 years, bro, that's a long time. A very long time. Like you talking about the stuff and opportunities you had in 20 years that your enemy didn't have. If you tell me that you got an enemy that's going to beat you up and kill you in 20 years and you can't prepare for it in 20 years, in the One Piece universe, you couldn't prepare for that in 20 years with all the stuff and resources y'all got around you. Like what? And I don't even want
Yeah,
to hear it because Kaido's from the outside world, so there you have that direct line to the outside world. You don't have to know anything about the outside world to know that you have 20 years to prepare for one enemy.
yeah,
Like it
it's
literally was his own folly. It was his own effort. It was his own mistake. Like you did this all to yourself.
yeah, he did it all to himself too. Like
Shut
he
up,
didn't
take your L. Shut up, take your L. Or you should
like, and then he gets handed an L immediately. Also, like Kuramasaki's just like, yo, slaps the shit
slap.
out of him. And I think that slap
Start
had some hockey in it, dog. I'm not gonna lie. Like
start
how he
Keisha that
reacted
beat.
to it, like
Yeah.
slapped the crap. Like he fucking hit. She hit him harder than Chris Brown hit Rihanna, dog. Like she slapped the shit out that man.
I thought you was gonna say it looked like she gave him the Will Smith Chris Rock treatment.
Nah, that was a pussy ass slap. Chris Rock kept talking. It clearly wasn't that hard.
That's fair. I didn't think about it like that.
Like a
I
hard
did start
slap,
it
you
off as
can't talk
saying
no
the
more.
Sharkeisha.
But
Yeah.
and
It
then
sound
she
like
goes,
gunshots.
I refuse. Like everyone's just like, you better apologize. And she just like, I refuse. I don't grovel before anyone. I'm the daughter of a samurai. Fuck this bitch. Like she just like, you're not the real shogun if you're doing all this bullcrap. Like she says, would you
You ain't
prefer a
stuck like
weak
that.
woman? Then strike me down.
Hey, oh, bro, that junk was like great. Like he said, Saki, I was gonna give you the highest honor, make you my wife. What you thought? I want you. You must want a weak woman. You must also gonna grovel and just be at your side and be nothing. But that's literally,
Yeah,
she just
you.
basically
It
told
sounds
you
like you
you
want
must
a
thought I was gonna be.
bitch.
You,
Like that's what she said. She just like,
it
it sounds
sound
like
like
you want a
it sound like
bitch.
you want. It sound like you don't want a boss babe. That's what it sound like. You want sound like you don't
But
want a
it
boss
also
babe. That's
like
what it
shows
sound like.
off like how weak the Shogun is. Like we knew he was weak, but everything that happens it just shows like how weak he is. Like excuse me, like how truly weak his like the metal of him. Like like I'm trying to think of the right word. Like how weak his spirit is. That he can't have someone that challenges him either. Like he just wants a pretty face to sit there and do whatever he says. He can't have anyone that challenges him. Cause like if he was a strong
And
leader, he'd be like, "Oh shit, you right? It's stupid to chase
here's
this
the
little
real
kid."
the real obstruction. I don't even think I'm trying to think of the word because it's not really a parallel. It's more like a what do you call it? Like, they go in opposite direction. So, but the thing that I thought that was pretty crazy that hit me like a truck over this, Luffy kept telling Momo, "What, Momo? Are you just gonna be a figurehead?" That's what Orochi is, man. He's just a figurehead. He was over there telling Luffy this entire time was telling Momo not to be what Orochi was. Verbatim. Verbatim telling him not to be what Orochi was. It's just a figurehead. To be strong, take your L's and lead your people with fucking dignity and respect and like power, and by all lead them by example. You know what I'm saying? He was out there. Momo was in them fields, man. We saw more of Orochi in the whole freaking I mean not Orochi. We saw more of Momo in the freaking fight than we did Orochi. You know what I'm saying? That's I don't think that wasn't intentional. Like Orochi spent that, of course, by that time the fight had popped off, Kaido and Orochi had pretty much split each other at that point. You know, Kaido had pretty much cut off his head, seemingly. But what I'm saying is like Orochi wasn't there. Like Orochi didn't have no big, fights, no big moments. You know what I'm saying? That dude Momo, bro, he Luffy had him pretty much. Momo was in a lot of them shots that Luffy was in when he came back and rode on him in the big dragon. He was in a lot more shots than Orochi was. Like Orochi spent a lot of his time running,
It's
and
also interesting that the fruit that he got. So like, cause we'd learn his backstory later, so we won't go that deep into it. But he's a fucking snake, right? Like his character, like he's a fucking snake. Like a crappy person that'll betray you. So it makes it hilarious that his fruit is the snake fruit model Yamata no Orochi, which is like the most famous snake in Japanese history. So not only is he a snake in the grass, he's the biggest fucking snake in the grass. So I think that's like Oda low key like making a joke out of him with that one. You know what I mean?
legit.
Like I could be wrong,
'Cause
but I think Oda's just making fun of the man with that one. Cause he's saying like you're not a snake in the grass. You're the ultimate snake in the grass. Cause like when we learn his backstory, we learn like that he is legitimately a massive snake in the grass. Like he's like a backstabbing bitch. Like utterly, just a backstabbing bitch. Which cracks me up. It's just like, oh, you get the legendary bad guy snake that can't die, and it's also funny because like the thing about like how every mythical Zoan has like a power on top of the transformation. His is basically a healing factor. Like he has a, because you can only die if you like Orochi could only die when you cut off all the heads at the same time in mythology. So like
that's
that's
true.
the power that his has too, is he basically has a what's it called? He can do like the thing that the straw fruit lets you do, where it like lets you, but it's just you for yourself. It gives you the ability to use die a couple of times. So it's just interesting that that's like, I feel like Oda was 100% making fun of this man, like 100%. Like I don't know if anyone else feels that way, but that's how I feel. And then what's it called? After he transforms, it's just like, I don't want to waste your beauty, but if you don't beg, I'm gonna have to crush your head between my jaws. And Kurasaki's just like, you a bitch. I ain't apologizing. And then
And
he
that's
says it's hilarious. He's just like falling in love makes a man soft, and it's just like
man,
she's just like, I will not beg for my life. And then he's just like, fuck it, and he just starts killing like regular ass people, like his attendants and stuff, like the people at the party. He's like, fuck it, I'ma kill everybody. Like none of this shit matters no more. The bitch I've been
that just goes
fucking
back to the temper
didn't really
tantrum
like
that
me.
he's been having.
Man, this shit reminds me of like all the memes. Like Orochi low key crashed out because the girl whose OnlyFans he followed didn't like him back. You know what I mean? Like when you think about it, that's exactly what happens.
That's verbatim what happened. Like
Except for it's like
verbatim
it's
what
like the or like the meme where it's just like the hot chick on Twitter was just like one of my fans on OnlyFans bought me a Tesla, and then like some dude
Dude,
responded
that's
was
gonna
like,
be
I
funny.
spent $70,000 just to get called some guy on OnlyFans. Like
Bruh,
a follower on
that's
OnlyFans,
gonna be
never
funny.
again. Like that's legit what Orochi did right here. He just totally crashed out over it, which is hilarious. I just I just can't get over thinking it that way. Also love how all the ninjas are completely terrified of Brook in his astral projection form, and
And
it
none
makes
of them,
sense.
none of them at no point thought to just, hey, he's not attacking us. That literally was the first thing they said.
But also it makes sense though,
And
cause like in the culture there's a lot of yokais, and we learned that some of the yokais actually exist, like the fox that collects people's weapons and shit. And also like they know
hey,
Orochi's a giant snake monster. Like
that's a bar right there though.
it's not
That's a
that
bar right
crazy.
there.
It's not
That's a
that
bar
like
right there.
in their mind like it's
You
not
just
fucking
said
crazy.
you just said they think the yokais actually exist, and you know that the elders being based off yokai now has even more merit in Wano country when you think about that now.
Yeah, like and that like I don't get why like people are. It's funny because like Robin's seen a lot of the world, like a big chunk of the world at this point, so she understands like the yokais aren't that special. There's tons of this crap, but these guys, because it's so localized, they've only heard the legends, so they probably never seen it, never seen one, but they know they exist. Like their king is literally a giant snake monster. Like there's weirder shit. So if a fucking green ghost is following saying like I'ma fuck your soul in the eye hole, like I'ma listen to the ghost if I'm the you know what I mean? Like
Feel that?
that's just me. Like I'm being like, yep, I'm listening to the ghost cuz he's saying shit like I'ma haunt you for your rest of your life. I'ma eat your soul. Like he's saying crazy stuff to him. Like what's he say here? He says curses upon you, and then he wants to eat their souls. Like that's what he friggin' tells them. It's I'm gonna eat your soul, and I'm gonna curse your like generations of your family. And these people that have seen like they're ruled over by a giant fucking dragon man that brought an entire country to its fucking knees, and a ghost said I'm gonna eat your soul. Like a ghost, like if you live in that world where you're ruled over by two dragon hybrid people,
And
you
you're afraid of a ghost?
like no. If I lived in that world, I would 100% be afraid of a ghost, of the ghost that says I'm gonna skull fuck your soul. You know what I mean? Like I'm 100% listening to the ghost. I'm walking away. It's like that one goon that opens the door looking for Batman. He's like, "What's going on in here?" And he
Fine.
sees Batman, and he just closes it and says, "There's nothing there." Like that's how I would be with a ghost. I'd be like, "You right, Mr. Ghost. I never saw you. I'm sorry." Because like you live in a world with magic and bullshit. Like you know that the ghost is real. Like you don't know what the power of the like if he can actually do that shit. But if I live in a world where there's a dragon man that can fly on burning clouds, that can pick up rocks like it's telekinesis, and then he spits loogies that destroys castles. If a ghost says, "I'm gonna eat your soul if you don't do what I need you to do," I'm not arguing with a ghost. I'm just saying, I'm not arguing with a ghost. Especially when I've seen some crazy shit. Because remember, they just think that this stuff is magic. They don't understand that it's devil fruits. Like Kinemon just thinks he has fucking magic powers. They think Momo just has magic power. They can't Kanjuro, or however you say his name, the redheaded one. They just think they have magical
Contra, yeah.
powers. Yeah, they just think they have magical powers. They don't realize it's like there's just like I ate a fruit one day and now I have magic powers. Like that's how they see it. So in my mind, there's like it's completely valid to be absolutely fucking petrified of a ghost threatening to kill you because they believe in magic. So like Like if I lived in that world, also they get fucking like beat up by giant hands that grew out the ground. Also, like if I live in their
That's
world,
just
like the ghost starts threatening me, I'm just like, I'm sorry, Mr. Ghost, I'll stop.
that's just like how you mentioned how their discrepancy of how they view their world because that same thing when Shinobu just straight up called Nami's Zeus thing, just straight up what she did with Zeus. She straight up called it Nimpo when we all know that it's really not even her power, it's borrowed. She just has it.
Yeah.
Like their definition of what Nimpo is versus what even a devil fruit's definition is just so
Also,
different.
I got a I got a quick question. How long do you think Hanzo was sitting there before he said something about Shinobu? Because they didn't know um that Hanzo was up there with him until she's just like, "Hey, Shinobu," and then Hanzo says, "Did you say Shinobu?" And the reason I asked that question is because this is the pose that he's sitting in front of. How long do you think he was just staring at Nami's ass for?
I mean, you got to think about how long it took him to wind that shot up that chain to go around Nami's neck right before he said something. Then on top of that, he stood there for a minute before he walked up. So it had to be a
No,
little
he had to
second.
be there for a while because like 5 minutes ago he was crawling on the outside of the wall, like on the inside, like you know what I mean, like the actual ceiling, not up like where they are, like inside the ceiling, but like on the actual ceiling looking for a Roby in the Shogun's room, like where the party was going on. So like he probably got up there and he probably, cause you see like he just like, man, Shibu or what Shinobu was fine as fuck, man. So you know he like with that like on that stuff. So I think he was sitting there for a hot minute because like nothing's covered up by her by Nami's uh ninja outfit. Like I think he was sitting there for good 3 or 4 minutes, just like yes,
I definitely
yes.
can see that. I definitely can see that.
Especially when we see
Until you
later
get
that
her,
like
until he's behind
when
not
somebody
looking
finally
ass.
gets to see what Nami looks like without clothes on, that it even makes females jealous.
Wow,
Remember? So like him just seeing like getting to see most of it, like you know he was probably sitting there for a minute. Also think it's like I just think Oda's making a joke about it there.
that's true.
I love that
That's true.
her she uses Nimpo Ball Crusher on him. And the thing that we get to see on how Nimpo Ball Crusher works in the anime is just testicular torsion. So you know Hanzo is just like son of a bitch. Like Hanzo is
That's
just
why
like
they
I want to
call
die
her
because
the
the
man.
the animation in the anime is just like two testicles getting destroyed. Remember? It's just two like testicle looking things just like smushing together, like like completely getting rid of your testosterone levels forever. And then what's his name? I can't remember the blue haired dude's name. Crap. The leader of the Yakuza. Um
Yo, girl.
yeah, the one that's like secretly a homie. I like how he pulls off the cuz you could tell I like also like how it's set up cuz he's like you really made a mess of things. Are you ready? And she smiles and says I am. And then Kiyoshiro's just like, "Huh, yeah." And then cuts her. And then like you know that they like planned this shit for months. You know what I mean? Like I wholeheartedly believe that those two had planned this for months. Cause you find out he's like one of the people that raised her later.
Yeah, we find out later that they did plan all of that too much.
Yeah, yeah. So it's just cool that it's just like you. We finally got a way for you to go look for your brother. Hell yeah, gang gang. Like that's what happens. It's just like gang gang. You can go look for your brother.
Yeah,
And
that's kind of like her exit strategy, pretty much.
but it's also cool because he like when he's asked why he did it, and he just says, "Cause I am the Shogun's loyal dog."
Yeah, he that was another point that I was gonna make because like Kyoshiro literally himself like did all of that like because in the grand scheme of things he kind of stepped in the middle of the Shogun and just did his pretty much stepped in front of his there could have been a lot of things that could have went wrong with that and I know a lot of situations and a lot of different times in history where that probably actually happened and they probably got killed for that and like how easy it was just for him to just sway him back the other way just by saying he's one of his loyal dogs. It goes back to how easy it is. Oh, you like honor and people glazing you and stuff like that so much that you miss out on reason. So that's why he should have thought looked at Robin a different way because Robin should never left the side. He should have been watching Robin so diligently and specifically enough to where he should have knew that she left enough to know how long she had been gone away from him. And for Kyoshiro to do and step in front of that, he should got a little bit more of explanation to just like why he's a loyal dog. He's like, because Orochi was in full attack mode. It wasn't like he didn't have it. You know what I'm saying? Against somebody like
Yeah,
Komurasaki, he didn't need help.
but also it's one of those things. He's probably happy that he did it, so he didn't have. So he's probably happy that Kiyoshiro did it, so he didn't have to do it. Cause he's like obsessed with how beautiful Kuromasaki is, and he like keeps saying like I don't want to kill you, but I gotta kill you since you've like been so insolent. He probably because he clearly doesn't get mad at Kirishiro because he doesn't put Kirishiro to death. Because anyone that he gets mad at, he puts to death,
Right, 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 right.
which makes him look like even more of a bitch in my opinion.
I mean, dude, trash.
Like fuck Orochi, me and my homies hate Orochi, and then he still just like bring me the child, I'm gonna eat her alive. It's just like you can't be saying that shit, bro. You're gonna have the popo knocking on your door. Like you can't be saying shit like that, dog. And
Yeah,
then
he should
friggin' I love
should.
how all the ninjas like it shows even more of the ninjas Brooks chasing and they're just like, oh no, oh no, run, we're gonna die. He's gonna curse. Man,
He's
that
not
yawn.
attacking.
And then Nami uses Zeus Nimpo lightning, and then we get the Big Mom chilling with the kids and Chopper. There's no way that could ever go wrong. Don't worry about that. There's no way it'll ever go wrong. Proceeds to immediately go wrong, which
That
cracks me
whole
up.
setup is just.
Also, like that,
I,
Perospero is just like I should be calm the leader of the Big Mom Pirates if Big Mom's actually dead, and everyone else just like you a bitch is Katakuri.
everybody pretty much said it. It's how you know you. That's how he should know that he ain't nothing. Like, he should just know. He should never like try to like take lead on anything ever again. Like the congregation spoke and you try.
Yeah, I love. He's just like I should become the leader because I'm the oldest, and it's just like no bitch, Katakuri beat your ass if y'all fought. Like don't even worry about it, dog. And that just cracks me up. And I love how Atama is just like, I'm gonna watch over Momonosuke. I'm a ninja now. Remember, you trained me as a Kunonichi. And he's just like, her boss is just like, what are you? You're fucking retard. You're a novice at best. Don't don't be doing that. Give the snail to Okiku. Like your mom when she gets mad at you. And I love how they steal Jack's thing. What is it called? Sharkadile or something like that, or Landadile. I can't remember. Cause Big
Whatever that
Mom beats it
little,
up.
yeah, whatever that little animal was.
Also, what's weird is like we never really seen Momo train. You know what I mean? Like there, he talks about all the stuff about he's gonna be have to become a great leader. But like this is the first time we actually see Momo train. Like he's constantly training. Like when they're sitting on the Sharkadile or whatever it's called, he's just sitting there training. And
I mean, he had that. And he had those moments when he was hitting the little bamboo stick training that he was seen periodically doing.
yeah, but just periodically. But here, like every chance we see him, he's like doing something along those lines. But a point that's interesting is he yells Sunachi because Zoro taught him Sunachi. But Sunachi is actually a famous saying in Japanese. It means Su means abandon, Na means name, Chi means wisdom, and so it's a phrase. Um, it's a, or I should say, it's a shortened version of the phrase Name wo sutra shi wo sutaro, which means throw away your name, throw away your wisdom. And what's cool is the Viz version of it. How Viz localized it was throw away your name, uh, throw away your name and be as a child, which I think is a cool thing how to say it, because that's basically what is gonna happen later on with Luffy. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. When he become like
Pretty
he's
much.
gonna throw away the title of the lion, like the shackles of the lion, and then become as a child when he unlocks Gear Fifth, like the Ubermensch.
That's pretty much, yeah. Yeah.
But it's also funny because
That's pretty
Okiku
much the
gets mad
story.
at him
For
for
saying that.
saying it, but
Yep.
it's exactly what he has to do later on in the story. So like she's getting mad at him for saying it now, but when they get to the actual final battle, he has to do it, and he does it, and that's why they're able to win. He has to actually throw away his name and throw away his wisdom by aging himself up to get to be strong enough to be able to slow down the castle. You know what I mean? Like he actually has to. He has to because like if you look at it as throw away his name, like he's not throwing away the name Momonosuke, but he's throwing away 20 years of his life, which your name is your life. You know what I mean? Like symbolically, your name is your life. So he has to throw away 20 years of his life, and then he has to disregard the wisdom of like how stupid the idea is, and he just has to do it. So I just think it's good, like a good what's the correct word? Like it's a parallel, but that's not the word. Um, a
Good draw.
a good
Good
illusion.
drawback. A
Is it illusion?
good
Like
illusion.
a,
Yeah.
I think starts with an A. I think is the word to what's gonna happen later. Like it sets it up. Like he's been training saying Tsunachi. It's something that somewhat a noble in his position shouldn't say, because it's all about um warriors would say
Yeah,
it.
it's a no, no, I get what you're saying. It's a contradiction, but a good one. Because, like, in a way, you talking about like everybody we've seen up until this point in his position. Okay, everybody, especially in his position, Celestial Dragon. The world elders. The high nobles. You can go so much as say like
It is illusion. Okay,
Stelly now.
it is
You
is the
know,
word I was looking for. Is illusion.
okay,
ALLUSION.
a illusion, not
Yeah,
ill, but I
yeah,
know
yeah.
the a.
Illusion.
But yeah,
Illusion.
so like everything that's happening right now, what it is, everyone people I just mentioned, all like are very self-centered. Their name means everything. Doflamingo takes so a lot of pride in still being a member of the Don Quixote family, even though he's not a celestial dragon. All the celestial dragons take pride in their names. You know, a lot of that pride goes into your name, and to abandon your name is almost like a crime for somebody in his position. Like that's what got Homing kicked out of Marie Joie. That exact same phrase is what got Homing kicked out of Marie Joie.
Well, it's not just
Literally,
like
he was trying to abandon his name and go be something that they weren't in their eyes. But in this sense, he's abandoned his name to become something better than what he is.
yeah, but it's also supposed to be like apparently it's like it's not something that Oda came up with. Like it's like an old thing. Like
He's just bringing it back pretty much.
uh what's it called? It's like a I'm trying to think of the right way to say it. It's like what you're supposed to say when you go into a battle.
War
Like
cry.
apparently, yeah, it's like a war cry. It's like supposed to say like a good way to like trying to think of the best way to say like what is supposed to like a good thing. It's like crap. I'm trying to think of the like I know what it is that I'm trying to say, but I can't think of the words to say it. Um, it's like a test of courage thing. Like it's to inspire you to do better than you are, sort of thing. Like it's like a your name doesn't matter. It just matters what you do. Like one of those chants. Like in like war movie, like old war movies where they're
Like a
just like
reaffirmation.
pretty much yeah. It's like that's the word I'm looking for. It's reaffirmation. Because it's just saying like throw away your name, throw away your wisdom. Like you don't need them now. All you need is your ability to fight, sort of thing.
Yeah,
Because it's an
yeah.
actual phrase like that Oda used. Like apparently it was an actual phrase. It just got popularized by One Piece again. But supposedly it was used like back in like the like 1500s by some people, not like a ton of people, but like I also like that it is a it's a Wano thing. But Momo's just like, yeah, foreigners use it because he learns it from Zoro, but it's like no, it's a Wano thing. You just haven't been in Wano. Cause you gotta remember, Momo, I think he spent most of his life not in Wano, right?
Yeah, right. He spent most of his
Cause
life on pirate
he
ship.
spent like the first couple years of his life on
The Blackbeard. He was born on white.
Whitebeard.
He was born
Yeah.
on Whitebeard ship.
Yeah, and he was too young to leave to not go with on Roger's ship, right? Didn't he go
No, he went with them on Roger ship.
that's what I thought. Cause
Yeah, he took his whole family
cause isn't his sister born on Wano ship or not Wano
on
ship but
Roger
on
ship.
Roger's ship? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, his sister was born on Roger's ship. So like because he's what 3 years older than her, right?
too.
2 years older. 2 years older. That's right. Um, so that would put so he'd be two. So he didn't get to Wano till he was around 3, and he's 8 right now, right? Yeah, he's
I mean,
8 right now.
we'll have the actual time frame once we go over his backstory.
Yeah, but like he spent maybe half his life on Wano. Maybe half his life on Wano. Like the high end, he spent half his life on Wano. So it's funny that why he doesn't understand that it's actually a famous Wano phrase because he hasn't spent enough time on Wano. And it's kind of funny when you think about it that because we learn like we know um Zoro learned it from a guy in his village that probably escaped from Wano a long time ago.
You remember the name of Zoro's village?
Huh?
You remember the name of Zoro's village?
No, I'm not gonna lie to you.
Shimotsuki.
What?
Shimotsuki village.
Uh, yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't remember that. It's been a while since I've
That
seen it.
that last name pops up in Wano.
And then I like how Okiku's just like lords aren't supposed to use it, but it feels like one of those things like you'd want the lord to use it the most. Like you'd want a lord to use it the most, sort of thing. Personally, I think that way. I think that's how you would want it, but I could be wrong. But that's just like because it shows that like the lord, if the lord's willing to give up his name to fight, or when the fighting starts, then like if they're willing to give up everything that they have, then somebody else will be willing to give up what they have. It's like Alexander the Great led from the front when he led from the front because he led from the front lines, his men respected him more. So it feels like
Right.
one of those things you actually want like in my opinion, like I'd actually want Momo to know it personally cuz it makes him part of like more of a part of his people. But I guess it's just like an honor thing in Wano, I guess. But I'm not I'm not too sure with that part. I love that Sanji cries like a baby when he learns Kuromasaki's dead.
Of course.
which cracks me up. And then there's the whole thing where Shibuya or Shinobu thinks that Law's people were the people that uh oh no, we're not there yet. I just skipped over a line in my notes because I'm dumb. My bad. First we got to do
Do that.
the meet well not meet, but we got to learn that the old man is Higoro the flower. Little man goes hard. And the scorpion dude's just like, you piece of shit, how'd you get all these fucking dumplings? And he's just like, Straw Hat Man, I'll never rat you out. And then all the dumplings on the ground, he's just like, I'm gonna eat them. Apparently though, those millet dumplings are fucking good. Because everyone's just like, man, these are delicious. Or do you think it's that everyone's so tired
All they got, man.
that anything tastes
Obviously.
good when you're exhausted? Well, that's not true. They like shit that tastes horrible still tastes horrible when you're exhausted, but I guess it tastes a little less horrible. But also like if you're making a thing and you want to motivate people to work, you're gonna make something delicious for them to eat every day, right? To make them work as hard as possible. At least that's like how I think about it in my head. Is how I would want them to have something that's actually tastes good, that's cheap. That way they're always trying to turn in as many tickets as possible because they're just using slave labor here. But I could be thinking about that a little too far. And then I love that Luffy, he's got a fucking pair of sea prism cuffs on, and he still just beats the crap out of a couple of people. He's just like, yep, nope, this shit doesn't matter. Fuck y'all. Like this, I ain't even worried about these cuffs. I'm still gonna beat your ass wholeheartedly. And he proceeds to beat the Alpaca Man and the Scorpion Man's ass.
You said I don't remember who the dude you said on one of the previous episodes that you hated, but that alpaca dude, absolutely can't stand him. He can die.
Uh,
Absolutely cannot stand the
Well, I
alpaca
think
dude.
I think he does die with what old man Hyo does to him. He hits him in the throat with advanced armament hockey, like directly in the windpipe. Like I wouldn't be surprised if he's dead, which is hilarious. He hooks yes, boom with advanced armament hockey. Also, like in the anime, how they animate old man Hyo's armament hockey, advanced armament hockey, is that like it flows off of him like falling sakura leaves. You know, like how it flows off of him, which is cool because like that's what he like tells Luffy like your big problem is that you're not letting it flow through you. Also, Daifugo, I want to know how he puts his pants on in the morning because I feel like it's impossible. You know what I mean? Like the
This fucking
purple,
guy.
he's got the purple leather pants and he has to put six legs through. I don't believe him in that. Like I think he just leaves them on all the time, and he probably smells fucking terrible. At least that's my theory. And then we got the elephant dude that shoots stuff, like shoots bombs out of his shit.
Avanuki.
I don't like him.
Babanuki.
He's lame. It's like my power, the power I got from an elephant is that my boogers are super strong. That's his power. That's lame. They also explode. And then I love how he talks like Luffy talks mad shit to Queen. Like Queen does like this whole thing where he's just like I'm funky and everything. Like does the whole dance number, say it like trying to convince everyone that he's awesome. And Luffy's just like you a bitch balloon. I love that. And it's the three things that's gonna make you mad. And it's just like kid escaped. The sea prison cuffs handcuffs were stunned. And Luffy's trying to escape right now. And I love the face Queen makes for all of it. Like he's making like the Usopp face, the face Usopp made when
Hmm.
it scared what's her name when he ate the hot pepper. like the same exact face, except for Queen's ugly as fuck, so it looked even funnier. But it's funny how it's done in the anime though, because he's like, what? Like he makes the face and he's like, okay, number two. Like he goes back to normal and says, okay, number two. And then he makes the face again and he goes, okay, now number three. And then, and like that. I'm sorry that the image of him just going, now number two, just keeps popping in my head and it's hilarious how they did it. And then we get a little bit more of Tonos. How do you say his name? Tonosuya. It turns
So
out that it was
Nasu,
secretly Lord Yasui the whole time. Um, like the guy that
you talking about
helped Odin.
Ushimitsu Kozo?
No, no, no. The little guy, Toko's
We ain't
dad.
got to the part yet.
Toko's dad.
Yeah, yeah. He's Ushimitsu Kozo too.
They call him Tonosuya or whatever. Uh,
Nasu.
Tonasu. That's it. Tonasu. I couldn't remember what the what it was. Like I remember the Tono, but I couldn't remember the other part. But with all that stuff, we see him meet up with some of the Straw Hats to talk. Well, with Frankie and Usopp to talk and Law talk. So, and that's where we learn Zoro ran off to find his stolen sword because somebody stole his Shusui. Not not the Naruto character though, unfortunately, but just as OP probably. And then we get the bath scene with everyone fawning over Nan and me and Nico, which is kind of
Sanji
hilarious.
finally getting what he wants.
Yeah, I love that he's just like, yeah, I'm gonna go sneak into the bathhouse. I mean, I'm gonna go, guys. I'll talk to y'all later.
And a lot
Which,
of people don't know that this right here, because I told you, I know the last episode we spoke about Zoro and his um now his growth in parallel to Mihawk, and how when he went against Mihawk, he pretty much got beat by a small blade, to now translating to him going up against magistrates and against officials. He is one magistrate going up against officials in Wano and basically killing the magistrate with a small blade. But not just killing the magistrate with it, the dude pretty much sliced the building in half with a small blade. Um, Now we get to Sanji, and Sanji and Thriller Bark. If when I think, I could be wrong, but I know it's one of the earlier mentions of the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, in which Sanji mentions that he only went in there to find the clear fruit, which Absalom had in Thriller Bark, is why he was mad at him. And one of the things he was mentioning then was he was wanting to see new girls. And now he gets Self Black. And I remember saying about in the last episode about Sanji and how Self Black, just the costume himself, just made him want to get, like he took the costume and made it more about himself than anything else. Him taking Stuff Black and saying I'm gonna go in the bathhouse with it is basically personifying his personality into the use for the suit that he would use it for. But back in Thriller Bark, we know that he wanted the clear fruit, which is an ability that the Stuff Black suit can do. So it's a big old loop, you know what I'm saying? You
yeah, I
know,
get what you're saying.
full circle, coming back around full circle, seeing that Sanji's getting what he wants. Just like Zoro came around full circle in the last episode in his abilities, seeing he was now proficient with a small blade, maybe as much, if not more than Mihawk with a small ass blade. And that says a lot.
And then
It says a lot.
from that, it cuts back to an interesting tidbit with Queen, where he's just like, all you gotta do is join Kaido, bro. All you gotta do is join Kaido, and guess what? Everything's forgiven. Otherwise, we're gonna have to torture you. And Luffy's just like, well, I hope your torturing's good, cause fuck Kaido.
Literally straight up tells us like what are we talking about right now. Your boy can die.
Yeah, he's just like I could care less about what this torture is, big dog. Like unless you're just like you're gonna be hungry forever. Even then, I just eat myself. I'm not I'm not going with Kaido. Like that's pretty much what he's doing. He's just like I don't care. Um, what's up, Andrew? It's probably about an hour left, give or take. It just depends. But
It just depends. If I got stuff for us to chime on, might be longer.
yeah,
See
just
how they
or
go.
like if we like think of something that we didn't have written down in our notes or something like that, that's cool. Like that deserves to be talked about.
I mean, what'd you say? We're about
It might be an
a
hour and a
quarter.
half left.
What we say about a quarter to halfway done with the? Cause what we
Well,
passed.
a lot of these episodes is just like the same thing though. Like it's no extra bit of like theme or metaphor in it because it's a lot of it is a fight. Because we're about to get
Yeah,
to where like there's like 5 episodes in a row that's just fights.
yeah, and we're probably gonna be through a lot of it because we're gonna be talking about the high points and stuff.
Yeah.
Not really the fight itself, but
Or
the
like
high
what the
points
fight
in which.
represents, sort of stuff.
Yeah,
And then
like right now, we're pretty much talking about cause what right now we're on like just talking about Sanji. We just talked about Sanji and how his stealth black, pretty much the invisibility parallel to him and Thriller Bark wanting to clear fruit from Absalom. Like last episode talked about Zoro being proficient with a blade, like he lost to a blade in the Baratier.
now
Not really
so
touching on stuff like that.
with the 1136, we were thinking about doing like
No,
another
we
thing
are. No, we
where
no. It's gonna run into basically. I got. We're gonna talk about it a little later because it's
yeah.
gonna run into what we're talking about.
But also we were talking about doing a thing where we do something like where we talk about stuff like that on a separate thing every so often. So like if we don't talk about it enough today, there's definitely going to be some time coming up where we talk about what happened because the last chapter was a lot. There's a lot in the last chapter to go over, and it and I'm convinced that my theory is right now because of the last chapter.
Yeah.
I have to, if you're trying to talk about, I told you like we have something we can talk about. We can chime 11:36 later on. But if you're trying to leave save that for later, then save it for later.
Yeah, yeah, we can save it for later. But also if you ever want to talk about stuff like that, we got a Discord, and there's a theory section in Discord. Uh, like I made a channel for theory crafting, or as we're gonna call it, theory cooking, since it's a ramen shop. The invite to the Discords in the description of all the podcasts going forward. It'll be if anyone ever wants to join the Discord and talk about any of this stuff. Made a special spot just for it, and then like spot for other animes and stuff in the Discord too. But we go straight from that into the Sumo Inferno, and I just hear "Burn Baby Burn" in the back of my head every time they said Sumo Inferno in the episodes. Dragon, every time. Like, cause the episode's name Sumo Inferno. Queen I think says it twice, and then I couldn't help but be like in my head, being like Disco Inferno every time he said it, which I think is why it's worded
And
that way.
that would be a song that I think Queen would definitely try to sing in a
Yeah,
karaoke match.
yeah, I
But
can see
nah,
you singing that.
That Inferno match is significant in a lot of ways because we start to see Luffy. It was another thing we talk about this fight in his high points because it was one of the things where you see Luffy's kind of his his whole personality is on display. When I tell you the entire personality of Luffy on display that everybody's talking about, and like all the stuff and pain he tries to take on himself. He didn't want to let Hyogoro fight because of the simple fact he knows he can't keep up with all these people. He literally put him on his back and kept going.
Literally, then when Kid and stuff start getting put into the mix too, he literally started doing everything in his spray to try to keep them from getting, you know, the least amount of pain as possible. And that's something that's like, they're in like a lot of when we talk about everything that Luffy represents, which even chiming on 1136, which we'll talk about. But you see, he's not. Everyone's putting labels and stuff on Luffy and telling him ways he's supposed to act, and he's not doing it. Like literally, is a pirate. Kid and them supposed to be his enemies. Kid would not have done that for Luffy. We all know that for 1,000% fact at the point that they are right now. He would have not have done that for Luffy.
Yeah, he
Um,
wouldn't even
he
come close to doing that for Luffy.
So when you talk about that and you chime in the fact like you got Hyogoro right there too, he would let Hyogoro die. But I don't think he could have let Hyogoro die because I think if he lets Hyogoro die, he dies too. I think they were kind of linked. But like it was just a lot of things and stuff that went into that whole fight that let you know Luffy's character is really like when we say he's like the Ubermensch, he's not a grave digger, he's not a herdsman. He ain't trying to get nobody killed, and he's not doing what you think he finna. He's not doing. He's not the label that you putting on top of his name, which is bruh, a lot of things.
And then we got the whole thing where we meet Kamamatsu, Mr. Kappa Man, with the
I'm talking about yeah,
that he's been trapped in the prison this entire time. Everyone just thought he was dead. So it turns out, actually, all but two of the scabbards at this point, I believe, are accounted for now. Because there's a. We know where Iso is. Izo is. Like, we've known where Izo was from the beginning. Raizo, Kamamatsu, Okiku, um, what's it called? Kinemon, Konjuro, um, I'm forgetting people. Shutenomaru, Shutenomaru,
shoots in Maru Ashura
yeah,
Doji. It's
yeah,
really the
Ashura
same
Doji,
guy.
yeah. Um, I'm forgetting, I'm forgetting one of them because there's
Izo,
I said Izo. Izo was first because we know where Izo is.
Izo's with the Whitebeard ships.
Yeah,
Kiku's there, Kinemon, um,
Raizo. Oh yeah,
Raizo,
Dogstorm, Nekomamushi.
yeah,
That's right.
yeah, Cat
Yeah, yeah.
Viper, Dog Spawn,
Yeah,
you
because
know,
Izo's technically not a scabbard anymore. That's
Alpha,
why it's 9. Because the last scabbard is what's his name? We don't. So everyone is accounted for now, except for the last scabbard. At this point, finding Kamatsu.
Kawamatsu.
Well, it makes sense that he was nerfed at the first thing because he's been eating poison fish for 13
Yeah,
years.
yeah, he ate poison fish that whole time he was locked up. That entire time he was locked up. They kept feeding him poison fish, hoping it would kill him, but it never did. So
Which
they like
feels
had a
kind of dumb.
routine.
Why wouldn't they just not give him water? Like if they're
That's true.
like if they don't want to kill him, but just want him to die, just don't give him water.
But the whole thing about Kawamatsu, like yeah, he was. I just imagine that whole thing, the whole poison getting out of his system probably took a while,
Yeah,
and
it
he
probably
probably
took him
wasn't
eating like some
himself.
good food to get it out too.
Like he
Like once
probably
he could
wasn't
eat real
even
food,
fully himself till maybe the Onigashima fight
he
is what
probably
I
still
imagine.
wasn't back to normal yet, because it's only 9 days from this moment. You know when it happens.
True, 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 true.
So it takes a long time to recover from like I remember I had real bad food poisoning one time. Like it was bad. Like I had a fever for like 2.5 days. It took like 2 weeks to recover from that. Like to be back to 100%. So imagine 13 years of that. Like I could see it taking forever to get back to normal, to get back to full power. But I also like with the Disco Inferno thing though. What's cool is that Luffy just like I'm gonna use this as an opportunity to learn how to do that thing that I saw Rayleigh do back in the day, where he broke Kami's collar.
Which is which is even crazier because like I looked at that scene and it was like this whole time Hyogoro, because at this point Hyogoro's gotten off his back and he's just sitting there watching Luffy just go absolute crazy, looking at him in awe, like, bro, you strong as hell, bro. Like you beating up everybody, and he over there treating these people like literally testing dummies, legit testing dummies. He ain't even really fighting them for real to get like, to fight, struggling. Nah, they are literally punching bags to him right now. He trying to practice one move, and he over there practicing, hitting them so hard that he
Yeah, like he's straight up just dominating these boys. Like it's not even close. And he's just, I love that like partway through it, he's just like, you got any more? Like, cause he's
yeah,
just
like,
one
hey, I need
shotting the
more,
pleasures, and it's just like, give me some gifters, and then he eventually gets some headliners.
there's some guys, and
I don't get
then
why
you get the
Queen
man of
thought
the hour.
like the gifters were gonna do anything in the first place. That's what I want to know.
Queen strikes me as literally like the weakest. Like it was obvious if they say he was the weakest of the lead performers, it would make the obvious sense that it
I
feels
think
like that.
Jack's
But they say
weaker.
Jack is.
Yeah,
Yeah, they say Jack. I mean, at this point, it's proven because Jack lost a lot, like a lot.
yeah.
But Queen's like right there. Like King's obviously ahead of
Also,
him.
one thing about Queen that kind of makes me mad that I really think Oda shouldn't have done. Why the fuck is he Frankie's dad?
I don't know. I think it's interesting.
I just personally
It
don't like
explains
it.
Frankie's scientific background. Like, nah, like, dude, Frankie's scientific interest in Vegapunk has made no sense to me until it said Queen's was his dad.
Well, I just
I ain't gonna lie
assumed
to you.
like, cause you can assume Fishman Tom really respected Vegapunk, and so that's
I
like
can
in my
see that in his stuff. Like, I can see he probably like gassed him up to made him like him and stuff. But the complete infatuation that he had with like not just Vegapunk, but like,
But also
science
remember a lot
itself.
of that stuff came from like he liked it before, but like his infatuation was he had to spend 2 years in a bunker full of it. 'Cause like he liked it before, but he wasn't like totally into it before. But after the two
And then the
years, he's
character,
like totally engrossed in it. So it made like in my head it made total sense, but I also can get like where it might not make that much sense, and then it makes sense that genetic interests are shared in the One Piece universe because of how genetics works in the One Piece universe. Because like
yeah.
we see
And I
like
also
the Vinsmoke siblings act the same way around women, like they're exactly the
And
same.
it's a lot of, I mean, we can definitely get into that too, because like there's a whole thing about that whole Queen being Frankie's dad conversation because a lot of it made sense because like I like that we found out after the fact. I think it was one of those things we got introduced it preemptively. It would have been a really bad thing, but seeing how Queen himself acted and seeing that Frankie has a little bit of that eccentricness too, like how Queen was singing and dancing everywhere, and then of course Frankie has his signature dance, and he pretty much has his moments where he talks in notes like the wow, and singing like he opening Frankie used to sing a lot, with the little guitar. I know a lot of people might remember that. The little times when stuff would be good, and he'd just whip out a guitar, you know what I'm saying? Like the
Hmm.
little note he'd hit,
Yeah, he
and
hasn't done that
you
since
know,
he was really like done like the yow thing in
then
front.
he still, he's a really, romantic, emotional type of person where he really feels people's emotions. He'll cry for them and stuff like that. And the whole thing with Senior Pink, a lot of it feels like simple and stuff,
Well, I
but
don't
in
think Queen
finding
would have
out,
done the stuff with Senior Pink. I think he would have
nah,
cheated the whole
nah,
way
nah. I'm just
because
saying,
of
I'm going
being.
with the what I was gonna draw from that was how Queen pretty much is emotional too. Like you see
Yeah,
pretty
I can
much
see
how
that.
Queen pretty much is, yeah, he pretty much rides on the same things kind of Orochi rides on, just a little bit more jockish, like personality, like, fiendish. Like he's pretty much like the performer for real. Like he took the performer shit and took it all the way there. Like straight emotional stuff, like the egotistical, like he's a less crazier like Caesar, but a little bit more egotistical than Caesar. Caesar's more provocal, like he's trying to prove it to you. Every time it comes up, he gonna try to, oh, you gonna see what I'm gonna do. I think Queen's the type of dude. He talked the game. Not saying he can't back it up, but he preferred to talk the game instead of prove it.
Yeah, I
And
can see him wanting to talk
like,
more.
yeah, and that's why I get that kind of drawback from Frankie because Frankie's this I wouldn't like he's kind of the same way, you know, like he fight too, for the most part, but like at the same time he's the more jokey, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do this, but I'm gonna have fun while I'm doing it type thing, and he's showing that,
So like, I get what you're
with
saying,
everything.
Dragon and Andrew, but like, it feels like one of those, like how it feels to me personally. It feels like like
Yeah,
most people won't like get this analogy, but it's the best way I can explain it. Is like if you watch like the Last Jedi and Ryan Johnson tried to beat it in everyone's head that Rey's bloodline isn't special. Like she's just a girl that happens to be strong with the Force, and then it immediately got retconned in the next one that she's a Palpatine. That's how that feels, in my opinion. Like I just don't, I don't think it works. If that makes sense. Like I think his dad should have stayed hidden
I mean,
because I think it takes some away from Frankie if you say like
no,
his dad's a genius.
no, no,
Like
no,
I
it
think it
brings the
takes a little
story
bit.
in more. It brings the story in a little bit more because I wouldn't have wanted some random dude to come in because I want to know like at this point a lot of people I do want to know all of their like families and stuff because it kind of feels like it's holes in it. And as a story as big as One
Well, I
Piece, I don't
think
think we should have
Frankie's
any holes.
special though because he was given up. Like
Yeah, but at the same time, he could have
so
just
like
kept
I
it
feel
if he
like
would
we
have
don't
just
need
kept
his
it
family at
as
all. Like we don't need a like
like if he would have kept it
everyone
if he would
before
have kept it
Fisherman
as
Tom and
abandoned
Iceberg
and
didn't fucking matter. Like
if
it
he would have kept
when
it
it comes to
as if
Frankie.
he would have kept it as hidden and just kept like Tom as his adopted, it wouldn't have like mattered. But to give his actual biological, because all it is just revealing his biological thing. It doesn't do anything for the story because mind you, they've already met each other and moved away now. So it really doesn't do anything for the story, another just bring some things together. So as far as what it does to bring together, it does give the science background a little bit more merit now. Because think about it, like you got to look at the stuff that Frankie's been able to do and accomplish. Like the Sunny is a freaking marvel compared to anything else. Anybody in any ship has been built. Even Roger's ship isn't even capable of things the Sunny can do. And like that's a lot has to do with that scientific background from Queen, but also from that things, the stuff he got from Vegapunk.
Yeah, you cut out there.
Like, because Queen was at the top of his science game when he had, um, hold on.
Yeah, cause
I said,
Queen
Queen
worked
was at
with
the top of his
Vegapunk
science
back in
game
the
when he had
day.
Vegapunk. Yeah. So it's
Same.
like a when you see that background come through and it's all coming together now is what it feels like. It's like,
No,
but it does nothing
it
for the
could
story
also
because they
like
haven't seen each other. Like
a
they've
thing
only
that
been
could
defeated.
also fix how I feel about it is like a big problem with it is I don't like that it's just a piece of trivia on a Viva card.
I mean, dude, welcome to One Piece at that point. I
I
don't
get
know what
that,
else
but
to tell
like
you.
if it was like addressed and like Frankie was just like like why the fuck he matter? He's not my dad. Tom's my dad. Like if it was like addressed that way, I'd like it more.
I mean, it could be a seed. We don't know. I mean, One Piece is big as fuck. It could be a seed set.
Like they
It's a
could
lot of theories
eventually do
around
it,
it,
but
thinking
you get what I
Kaidos
mean though. Like it's like
and stuff
it
in the
feels
cover stories. Like, I mean, no,
unnecessary.
I mean,
That's why I don't like it. Cause there's one thing like from Dressrosa onwards,
I
one
wouldn't
thing that I
say
really
I
like
wouldn't say
about
unnecessary
like it feels
because if we're gonna have
superfluous.
the unnecessary
Like
conversation, we can have still. That's like still we can have a lot of conversations about that. A
no,
lot of
but like
moments
what
that
I
are
was
more
saying, like
significant
one
than
thing
that
of since like
about that topic.
Dressrosa that I've like I've given him props for, like given Oda props for, is everything. There's nothing that's not a character gimmick that feels unnecessary. Like in the like
I mean,
story
even
wise,
Queens doesn't feel unnecessary. You just don't like it. I mean,
that
because it's not
it
like the
just
backgrounds. It's
feels
not like the
like
backgrounds aren't lining up. So it's not like the backgrounds aren't lining up. It's not like that the like they've already went through the years and stuff. So it's not like that's not adding up. You know what I'm saying? And like I just told you, they've already moved past Queen in the story. So anything way he could show up now would have to be in a more defensive, more like undertone kind of thing. He wouldn't be as forward as he was of a character the last time we saw him. So like.
as far as like anything else outside of that, like I understand, but I also at this point in the story to introduce some new dude that we've never ever see again, like just in the background again. As I say, welcome to One Piece. We got so many characters in the background that we've never seen and don't have stories about that have been in the actual anime. I wouldn't want that again. At least we got Frankie's dad is to be a dude who we've actually seen before and can draw parallels and stuff to and look at things in a bigger picture of One Piece and actually draw some things to instead of some no-name guy who we know absolutely nothing about, who we can't draw anything to because we haven't seen him do anything. We don't know what pirate crew he's part of. We don't know what he's done. And now we're sitting here drawing these lines to these things that might be true and might not. Whereas now we have Queen and we know his pirate crew. We know Kaido's background. We can draw timelines. You know what I'm saying? Like there's things that we can pull from that and do things with. Like I'd rather that and be upset about it than nothing and be wondering for the most part about everything. It's a trade off.
Personally, I would rather wonder, cause like I'm not saying it takes away from like his relationship with Tom and everything, cause it stays the same there. It just feels like it was something that Oda thought sounded cool in his head, so he did it. But
I
like
mean,
it didn't have a
One Piece
reason outside
sounded
of that.
cool.
No, I
One
mean like
Piece
it didn't
sounded
have
cool
a
in his head,
reason
so he did it.
outside of that because like for the most part, One Piece as a whole feels like coherently like there was a plan behind all of it. You know what I mean? Like or like something's like a symbolic representation of something in One Piece stuff like that.
Again, but you're
But that just
saying
feels like
that
one of those things like I feel like he
you're
finished writing Wano and then it was just like, you know what would be kind of cool?
I mean, but again, you're saying that as if it doesn't line up. I'd agree with you wholeheartedly, completely, if nothing lined up about it. But there are similarities and stuff that line up about it that you can draw from it. So the argument you're making is not true because stuff lines up about it. Just because literally you saying that, oh, he did it, he Oda did this because it's thought cool in his head. This is all came from Oda's head. Everything we're watching and
No,
in
I get
taking
that
right now
like
came
I
from Oda's head. So
like I get
you
that.
can't say that.
No,
You
no, no.
can't say
Like
that.
I get that full heartedly. What I'm saying is, it sounds like an addendum that he added just because after he finished the story, like the
But
parts of
again,
where Queen
you
is, he
would
just
you
went, you know what?
rather a
That's
no
kind of cool.
name?
Boom.
Would you rather a no name with no background who we couldn't draw nothing from, or somebody that we actually know who we can draw something from about some way that Frankie is as a person? Because
I
that's
would
what it
rather
all comes
learn
down to.
absolutely nothing about Frankie's parentage.
And that's where, then again, that's where the part in which we're taking is like, you got to understand, like stuff lining up.
Well,
It fits
or
or
I
it
should
doesn't
say,
fit.
like, I think it's better writing if we never learned anything about Frankie's parentage whatsoever,
But that's the
besides
you
for
can't. But
New and Water 7.
that's a wrong argument because that's not in the story. The actual story of somebody you can literally somebody as right now can watch the entirety of One Piece and not know if Queen is Frankie's dad. So saying it's bad writing, it's not in the story. This is a sidebar. That's not
No,
bad
no, no. It's
writing.
not that it's
It
bad
doesn't
writing.
exist in
It's
the
that it's
story.
worse than if it didn't happen.
It didn't happen. In the grand, like in the grand scheme of things, in One Piece, this did not happen. This is a sidebar. You asked Oda who his dad is, and he told you.
It's just
Like you got to realize that. Again, I'm telling you, you're only arguing me because you don't like it. It's not the fact that fallacy it doesn't line up because things line up about it. It fits. It's just that you don't
no,
like
like
it.
I
You can
get that
say
it
all
lines
these
up,
things
or it's not
like
so
about
much
it,
that
but
I,
like
it's not so much that I don't like it. Like I don't like it, yes, but the reason that I don't like it is because it was better to be blank than to be. It was like one of those moments
in
where
your
it's better to
opinion,
have a blank than it is to be
in
filled
your
in.
opinion, that is your opinion. So again, it comes right back to just you don't like it. It comes right back to what you just said. You don't like
Well,
it.
I feel
The
like
reason you
if
gave
it's
the reason you
not,
don't like it, and that's I get you, but
if
it's just because
knowing
you
the
don't like it.
parentage isn't important for the overarching narrative, because like knowing certain people's lineage has been important to the overarching narrative. Like knowing Luffy's dad is important, knowing Sanji's
I
dad is
mean, Luffy's dad
important.
is still a part of the story,
Yeah,
and
yeah, that's
Sanji's
what I'm
dad has
saying.
still been
But
a part of the story.
I think it should all like personally, I feel that it should be the story should only care as much about it when they're not like integral to the story. as much as the character, like how much the character feels about it. So since Frankie doesn't care who his dad is, I think it was better to be left blank. Now, if Frankie cared who his dad was, I think that
But it's just
knowing
what you
Queen and
said.
him not knowing would actually be really clever. But
But
it's
it's
the
just
fact that
what you
Frankie
said.
didn't. Like it would have been better left blank.
But it's just what you said in the story right now. Frankie doesn't care. Matter of fact, Frankie considers Tom his dad
Yeah,
in the
that's what
actual story.
like
So you caring right now when Frankie doesn't care, it goes back to you just saying that you don't like it, which is okay. But it's it's all like I understand what you're saying. Like it's a thorn and it feels weird. It's still something to do, but it lines up. So I can accept it
no,
because
like
it
I'm not
lines up.
saying like it. No part of the argument is that it doesn't line up. I think it lines up very well. I just think it's
It
better
gives you the ick.
writing that he like if Frankie at any point in time was just like if modern Frankie anytime post Water 7 was just like I wonder who my dad is. It's I'm
But you
100%
also,
cool with
but
it.
again,
But it's the
you
fact that
also
he
have to
doesn't give a fuck
remember.
who his dad is that makes me not like the fact knowing who his dad is.
But it's like you also have to like give like you also have to think in the lens of what's actually going on in the story. And again, like this is just a sidebar. Like it's
Yeah, I
not
get
like
that it's
this
a
is something
sidebar.
in the story that's
It's just one of
affecting the
those things
story.
that like I think
Because like
the
I'm gonna tell you the truth. I'm gonna tell you
or
the
a
truth.
better
Because the
bit
way
is I don't think that trivia makes the story any better or the characters any better. So that's why it feels like superfluous or however you say that word. I mess up saying that word sometimes.
no, but
That's
you
why it
got to
feels like
also remember. You got to also remember in the grand scheme of things. Okay, so if again we're at the point in the story like Oda's made over but a lot of characters that are like have some kind of method. Like there are even characters that get named that people I watch say the names of that I didn't even know their names, but I knew who the character was because I've seen them. And at this point in time, like you got to look at it from a standpoint of different because you say you use writing as an argument base all the time, but you got to think about it from a writer's point of view, especially in Oda's case, because Oda's not your usual writer. There's not a lot of stories out here that have went as far as One Piece has and have stayed as relevant as One Piece has.
yeah,
But of
there's
course,
only
he
like
can't do
three things that
everything.
have.
Like you got to look at things from a different standpoint than a usual standpoint. And like I say, at this point, it does nothing for the story because again, they've already passed Queen and everything. And just another sidebar, we've been on this topic for a long time. So,
Yeah.
um, but the things about that actually happen, like the fact that everybody's lineage is gonna end up getting in question one day, like we still like Luffy's mom's still in question. You know what I'm saying? People mad as hell in Wano that Zoro's more of his backstory didn't get pushed and confirmed. You know, there's even talks about finding out Nami's actual backstory because Bellamy is her adopted mom from cover stories and everything about the way Nami's been depicted. She's always been depicted as a queen, so it's a thought that she might have a celestial dragon background. You know what I'm saying?
So like
So
my big thing about stuff like that
hold on,
is
like
just
hold on. So let me wrap it all up because this a big deal because once you start bringing in all these lineages, whether because Nami, Zoro, and Luffy, what we're seeing are like one of the three most important members in the Straw Hats, story wise. So once you realize that their lineages aren't already wrapped up yet, but we also have to understand that there's a 9 to 10 members total in the Straw Hats because it's still speculated supposed to be one more. Um, it's about outside of Luffy, of course.
mm,
And of course, all those anybody that comes in right now, their lineages are gonna have to be already laid out for us. At least some kind of
yeah, because we're
backstory to
not
show
gonna
where
have
they came
time.
from.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Exactly. So when we talk about lineages and stuff being in factors, it's good to know somewhere, somehow, some way to put something for Frankie, not even for Queen, but for Frankie in his stuff because he's still relevant. Because to put stuff forward, going forward, how he's gonna grow, we can get a better idea, and that's the big thing. Because even because it's not a mistake that Luffy's dad is a liberator, is a revolutionary. That's not a mistake. You know what I'm saying? Like, Nami, whatever backstory she has, it's not gonna be a mistake. Chopper, when we find out what Chopper really is, it's not gonna be a mistake. And
Well, we
that's the
know his
type of
dad's
stuff
a
that I'm
random
looking at.
fucking reindeer.
I'm talking about like in his lineage factor with this fruit and stuff. I put him part of that because the fruits are part of him now at this point.
But
Like,
no, like
but like all that stuff when it's coming together, it's for a reason, whether it be super finite to where it looks like it doesn't matter, or it's gonna be one colossal where it matters a whole bunch for the story. And I'm liking it because even in Jinbei's case, like Jinbei doesn't have a concrete backstory, but all his lineage from the entire story leads up to a lot of things that we're gonna be dealing with going forward. Like he's pretty much a relic for the story in the Straw Hats, just like Robin was for the longest time. But now we see that switching because we're getting to the end game.
well,
Everybody's
like
pretty much like
so
that.
like what I'm saying. No, with that is like if it's not important, if the character's lineage not important to
Me
the
neither,
story,
Andrew. Me neither.
and the characters don't care about it, I don't.
Correct.
I think it's better that it's left blank than filled in, because like Nami, like until it matters for the story, Nami's parentage, since
So it
Nami
would be
doesn't care
different.
about it.
So okay, I got a good question for you now. I got a good question for you, and you need to answer this like so simply because it's not. I know technicals, know nothing. What with Frankie's background as a scientist? What if they would have revealed his dad to be like a gardener or like something that was absolutely nothing to do with what he did at all? How would you feel about that?
The exact same way I feel about Queen. I think it's better left blank than to fill anything in at all.
Like, because I think that's the moment to where you can look at it then is like you would have rather it be somebody like Queen that has some kind of science background. That's
No,
what I
I
think
feel
you would say.
like I wouldn't. So like this just in a world where that it's just some random nobody rather than that, rather than it be Queen. Like I I'm pretty sure I'd feel the exact same way because I don't think we should know who his dad is in the first place.
I mean, you just gave me a whole what it would rather be in a special what it could be instead of this, and that's you telling me now you feel the exact same way.
Like I'm trying to like put myself like I just think that it should be left blank. Like or actually
But
no. I think it would be
you
better that
just
it
gave
was a
me
random nobody.
you
Actually, like
just
if it
gave
was
me a
some
whole
fucking
montage of
gardener.
what was better writing to leave blank and what was a better alternative for all this, but you can't eat like you said me you'd feel the same way if he was just a nobody with no background. So what if he was a world government official?
No,
You know what I'm saying?
thinking
Like,
about it now, if it was some random nobody that didn't matter at all, it would actually I'd like it more than it being Queen. 'Cause the person doesn't fucking matter at all. It's the same thing as not knowing who it is.
I mean, but the thing about it, like
After thinking about it for a second.
on the flip side of things, it being a random nobody that has no lineage to Frankie at all doesn't do anything for the story absolutely at all. And that is the definition of bad writing. In this day and age, when you even told me that yourself, like to put something, well, I just kind of said it's not in the story technically, but if we talking about stuff to bring it together in the actual from Oda's perspective, like what we talk about, what it does for us as the consumers, it being a random nobody does absolutely nothing for us because it makes everything that happened to Frankie like you deserved all that because you was going nowhere because you would have been nobody.
Yeah, 'cause
Is
I could still see
what people
him
draw.
him
Like I
looking
can
up
still
to
do
an
too, because Tom's a
engineer.
good, yeah, because
Like if you
Tom's a
think
great
about it,
guy.
Tom,
Like
but also like
Tom's,
talking about like him being into
let me
science and stuff like
let me
that,
wrap
like
it up.
Tom's an
Let me,
engineer, so it makes sense
yeah,
that
it would have
like
still did
him
it. But
being
here's the thing, though. Here's the thing about Tom, though. Tom wasn't just an engineer. Tom was the developer of a Pluton-like weapon. Not just any engineer was making that stuff. So you talk about how was Frankie able to not only decipher these blueprints just by sight alone, revamp them to where they're the exact same. You know what I'm saying? Doing genius stuff like that, saying that Queen's his dad makes that stuff immediately make sense. And I'm talking about like it makes it immediately make sense. And I'm talking about a wraparound going in full circle that just does something to you. Like it makes all those feats that Frankie has make immediate sense on the
but I also
back
feel
end of
like
things.
being raised by the greatest engineer of your generation also makes all that stuff make sense too.
But genetic, because again, you can have all of that, but it doesn't matter if you can't receive that message. You can have all of that, the best everything around you, but if you yourself can't receive that message, it's all for naught. What literally Queen being Frankie's dad saying is that not only was you around the best engineer ever, but you got the genetics of the best scientist to be able to take in all of that knowledge and use it to its fullest potential. That's what that does for you. So again, it makes all of that stuff that Frankie did in the beginning in Water 7 make the most sense absolutely possible because Queen was his dad and he had those genetics, those genius genetics. Like what would you say if they introduced Vegapunk's son?
If Vegapunk
You know what
doesn't
I'm
care
saying?
about it, then I don't care about it, sort of
No,
thing.
I'm just saying like not that. I'm saying like if they was to introduce Vegapunk's son in the story, because you realize if they introduced Vegapunk's son in the story, he would have to be a part of the interim story going forward. So if you know that, if they was to introduce Vegapunk's son, you would immediately assume that this would be a very intelligent person capable of understanding a lot of things that the average person in One Piece
So,
cannot understand.
so I'm not gonna inherently think that, but if he was raised by Vegapunk, I would expect that. But if he's just Vegapunk's son, I don't immediately expect him to be a genius.
No, not be a genius, but to have some tendencies of a genius. Not to because Frankie's not Queen.
Like unless he's
He's
like
his own
unless he
version of
like
Queen.
unless he's like raised by like if he's raised by Vegapunk, then I 100% expect him to be smarter than the average person in One Piece. But
Yeah,
also
because
like
you soaking in that knowledge, but
yeah,
that
yeah,
was the
like you're
thing. Like
around like the smartest person.
Vegapunk can't raise Luffy's son the same way he
Probably.
can raise his own son. That's what it comes down to.
But
That's what
like
it all comes down to.
what's it called? Like a big example is like Luffy is a strategic dunce, right? Like when it
Yeah.
comes to like building a strategy. But we know that Dragon is he might not be a strategic genius, but he is a very, 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 very good strategist because he has avoided being captured by the world government for more than Luffy's entire life while being the
Yeah.
most wanted man on the planet. Escapes a war started by one of the six most powerful forces on the planet. Escapes the war with all of his men without them getting hurt. Does all this while being chased, so that makes Dragon. He's you could I would say you should consider him a strategic genius because he's able to put all this together, and his son's
I
a
mean,
fucking
and the
moron.
people he's able to lead, the people he's
Yeah, yeah,
able to
yeah.
lead
But
and keep
like,
up and stuff
yeah,
like
yeah,
that.
and great people follow him too. Like all the heads, like you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to just say Sabo's great because he's my favorite character in it, but like Ivankov's a like a great man. You know what I mean? Like not just like a. I'm not saying like he's a good person, like he does good things, but like he's followed by an entire nation. Koala
But we
is a great
see,
woman. Like
but
people
it's okay.
follow
But
him,
look, like
sort of thing.
How you mentioned
So
Dragon and
what I'm
stuff,
saying
and the
is I
same
don't
thing.
automatically assume because a one like the parent was good at something, I don't automatically assume
Yeah,
that it makes the child good at it.
exactly. But that's the thing, though. I'm not saying good at it. You're gonna see the tendencies of it because just like how you lose Luffy and Dragon as an example. Yeah, Luffy's a moron. Luffy's an absolute idiot. But Luffy has the ability to lead just like his dad does. He has the ability to pull people together just like his dad does. Strong people. He's able to influence the strong people just like his dad does. And just like how we talking about lineages and stuff going forward, I think that once we get introduced to who Luffy's mom actually is, it's going to bring Luffy together as an entire person for us as the readers, whether it
Honestly,
be in an
I don't want
SBS
to
or whether it
know
be in the
who
stories.
I don't want to know who Luffy's mom is unless Dragon tells us who it is.
And that's perfectly fine.
Just because
That's
like
perfectly
Luffy
fine.
doesn't want to know it. So I feel like it should be a character that actually wants to know it that learns it. Because Luffy didn't even care who his dad was. Like in his head, like Dodon's his mom.
Again, like you
Like
do realize this is not something that I'm saying that should happen.
yeah, yeah, I get
Like
what you're saying. I'm
I'm
just
not
saying
the
like
dude.
from a
I'm
like
not the dude. I'm gonna tell you the honest to God truth. I am not the dude that's gonna try to write Oda's story for him and tell him what he should and should not do. I'm gonna take what he's given me and put it into a perspective and try to figure out the entire picture that is One Piece, the entire puzzle that is One Piece. So whether it be something in the SBS as an aside, whether it be something that actually happens in the story, it's a picture that's being painted, and it's up to us as the readers to understand the picture, not tell us what utensils he should use to paint the picture. That's not what you do in art. You don't go to a museum and say you should have did this brushstroke instead of that one. You should have used this oil instead of that one. You take the picture in it, interpret it into its full thing, and then give your opinion on it. So like that's when we find out these new things and new details, we take them and put them in the picture of One Piece and try to understand it better, try to understand these characters better. And it's like that's the whole point of us finding out these lineages and stuff is to help us understand Frankie better as a character. Like that's it. Because I ain't gonna lie to you, it was a bunch of people who shared your same thing about Queen, saying that it was out of place because it didn't. At first, it didn't fit, and it took a long time for people to come to that side and start seeing where it lined up. But you have to understand Frankie as a character to understand where it fits, and that's the whole point of it. Just like how Luffy's mom, if we were to get it, not saying I want it, because I mean, we keep it blank. I love the dynamic where it is now between just him and Dragon. But if we were to get Luffy's mom, it could not be nobody. And if we weren't to get, it would have to all fit in some way, shape, form, in some way. And that's the whole thing we want as readers is for it to fit, not for us to get what we want in the day, for it to fit with the stuff we already know. Because a lot of people will draw this story in different ways, and the ending will come out different for everybody if we drew it.
So
And that's
I think
that's
a
that's true.
better way to say what I was getting at is that I'm not mad that it is Queen. I'm mad that I know it is Queen. Or the like, it's not that I'm mad. The part that I dislike isn't that it is Queen. I dislike knowing that, like, I don't dislike Queen being is that because I get like it, like all the dot, like, like the saying we like to say, like, if there's enough dots on the graph and it makes a line, then it's like it makes perfect sense. But I just don't
Yeah.
like knowing the name of his dad. Like, I liked it better when it was unknown. 'Cause I agree with you with most of the
So do
stuff
you like
that you
Frankie
said.
less as a character now, or more as a character? That's the what it all comes down to,
No,
because
it
it's
just
supposed to be for
feels
Frankie.
like it feels like something that I didn't need to know because it doesn't, like, if it doesn't change anything up or minus, I don't think I don't want to know it because the character doesn't want to know it, sort of thing. If that makes sense.
Nah,
Um,
I'm lost on that one.
like, because
Because like when it
of
comes
Frankie's
down to
character,
us
like,
saying
he
you
doesn't
don't
give a
like it,
fuck.
like
Like, so I don't dislike that it's Queen. I dislike that I know it is Queen. Like, does that make sense at least?
no, because the qualities, it's literally like if you would have, it's because it feels like you know who Queen is, you know what Queen has done, you know what type of character Queen is. Then you found out that's a character, a father of somebody that you know. It's
No,
almost
no,
like
no.
you work
Because
with the
like,
guy.
no,
Hold on, no,
because then I would
because
dislike
this
who Sabo's parents is for that same reason. But I like that Sabo's parents are massive assholes because
this
it
is what
shows
it
off how
sounds
good of a
like.
person Sabo is.
This is what it sounds like right now. Is in the analogy when you tell me how you feel about this. This sounds like that you go to work with this guy and you've worked with this guy this whole time. And I'm like, y'all were, oh, like you didn't like the guy. He wasn't that cool and all of that and everything. And like you really was on the verge of like really just avoiding him and stuff like that. Then you find out this dude is the dad of one of your really close friends or somebody that you deal with recently in like a weird way. So you have to deal with them on a more of a basis. So now you see this dude in a different light. It's like he's one of your close friends, but it's like you're his dad. It's like I can't even see that because you're not even this person that he is what it sounds like to me. So it's like you're trying to struggle with this idea of
Oh
finding
no, no,
out that
no.
this
It's
person
not.
has this big role that's they didn't have before, and you don't know how to deal with the new picture. Is what it
No, no,
sounds
no.
like.
So it's not. So it's not that because I dislike Queen or anything like that. Because I don't dislike Queen as a character. Like, I think he fits well in the story where he is and stuff like that. It's I don't like knowing the name of Frankie's parents. I thought it was better before I knew who they were, or before I knew who one of them was. I think no, since Frankie doesn't care about who his family is, and to him Tom's his dad, and what's her name's like his mom, the mermaid chick is like his mom. Like, to him, that's his mom and dad. Those characters are. So I don't care to know
So
who
again,
it
now
actually
now
is.
now it's time for this
It's not
argument to come
who
to
it
a
is
climax.
that matters to
Now it's
me.
the time.
It's
Now it's time for
knowing
this
it.
argument to come to a climax because you need to be consistent in what I'm about to ask you. So does that mean, in the ways and these clues that Oda has been given about Nami this entire time, Because Nami doesn't care who her actual father, who her actual parents are, because she probably doesn't even know who they are. But the way that Nami has been depicted in this entire time in One Piece, would it be bad writing for her parents to now come into the picture and play a major role?
Not if it's for the story's sake, because like if it would have been, if the Queen thing would have been for the story's sake and not just on the fever card thing, is different, right? Like if it actually mattered to the story outside of it's
It
just a
does
cool
matter to the
trivia
story.
bit.
It does matter to the story. I just gave you a whole tidbit on how Queen being Frankie's dad mattered to the story. You literally see things like him taking down entire, visually analyzing entire um notes and blueprints and then remaking them. That's not something just your average person to do. You need genius genetics to do something like
You
that.
don't need genius
So
genetics.
that
You just
does
have to
matter
be
to the
raised
story.
by the greatest engineer of his generation.
That's again, that's assuming that anybody can be raised by anybody and get all of their skills. It does not work that way.
I'm just saying,
It
like,
does not work that way. It does not work that way at all. Don't like no, it doesn't work that way at all because then again, like because that's what I'm getting down to because even in the grand scheme of things, the analogy I'm giving you right now, Queen, like we started this off, Queen being Frankie's dad is technically not even in the actual story of One Piece, but the way Nami has been depicted going forward, her parents will be in the story of One Piece. So for us to do this, why he made Queen is in the sidebar, is why it kind of is a better move than putting him in the story. Because at this point right now, I actually like that Oda let Queen go in the sidebar than bring him in the actual story. Because in the sidebar, you see kind of what Queen's doing for Frankie is not even stuff like that's moving the story. It's actually for us to just understand Frankie. Why I gave Nami's parents as a representation because what Nami's parents are gonna do, they're gonna move the story first, then Nami, because of how so late it is. Anyone who gets revealed now like that in the story of One Piece is going to be a big mover for the story. So that's what when it comes down to when you look at that type of stuff. Nah, Queen does a lot to for us to understand Frankie, and only Frankie. Which is why I asked you earlier, does Frankie's character diminish for you? And you said no, which was a great thing. So like for you
no,
keep
that's
saying how
it.
you
Like,
don't.
that's why I'm saying, like, it feels superfluous because it doesn't make Frankie any better or any worse. So it just,
It makes you understand him though, because Frankie was
it
never a
really
dude from the
doesn't add
beginning
any
who
more
we.
understanding, though. Like,
It does though. It
not
does.
really.
It really
Like, he
does.
doesn't
Okay,
need a
so
genius father to be a genius.
your whole thing was that the guy, his whole thing for doing everything was from a guy who he learned stuff from. Mind you, the same dude had never built nothing like the Sunny that we saw in his greatest thing. So again, everything right there, then and
He
there, in that
rebuilt
one little
himself.
line. I'm talking about Tom. Tom had never done anything like what Frankie has done in his work in building the Sunny.
But they
Is
knew
that not
Tom
true?
could have rebuilt the Pluton with the plans. So
I'm
it's like
not
the
going
whole,
off could have.
like,
I'm not doing could have. I'm going off what we've seen.
like
What we've
he
seen.
made
We
the
never
greatest
seen
ship that
Tom
anyone's
make
ever
something like
seen
that.
until the Sunny happened, right?
Oh,
Like we can agree the Oro Jax is the best ship until the Sunny shows up, right?
you're still making my point. I said Frankie, Tom has not done anything that Frankie has done. He's not achieved. He's not made a ship that Frankie has been able to make. You're again proving my point. That's what I just
That's not
said.
proving your point. Like,
Did I not just
cause
say that Tom has not made a ship better than what Frankie has made? And you literally came around that Tom made the Oral Jackson, which was the best ship before Frankie made the Sunny. That's literally the same
yeah,
thing I just said. Is it not?
but it makes total sense that Tom would train him specifically to surpass him.
But he
Because that's
surpassed
what
him
Tom
more.
says.
Not
He
just
wants him
he
to
did more
surpass
than
him. He wants
surpass him.
both of them
He
to
did
surpass
more
him.
than surpass him. He lapped him, and it was because of his genetics. Like you can look at that. Like you can look at that now and see, like, damn, Frankie had a freaking genetics of a genius. So it all makes sense that he was able to just grasp all this stuff and do it.
I think it makes
It's just
sense
one of those
without the genetics,
things.
though. Like, it doesn't make him
It
any more
makes sense with
genius.
look. I'm not, but it doesn't take away from it either though. It's not you finding out that this dude is his
No, no,
dad
no,
is
no. I
not
do
no
think it
longer
takes
diminishing
away.
at
I
that. It's
do think it
enhancing
takes
it.
away from. No, no, no. I do think it takes away from Frankie
How? Please enlighten me.
because it
How?
makes it look like
Please
it's less
enlighten me.
from his own merit. and
What do
more
you mean
from
less
his.
from his own merit? It
It
goes
makes it.
back to literally it literally goes back to what we was just talking about. You can lead a horse to the water, but you can't drink. It's a many of factors that go into learning something. It's not just your genetics and not just your teacher, it's your hard work too.
Yeah, I get that.
Frankie
But
could
if
have
it's just like,
easily
if it makes sense
let's
that he
hold on,
does all
because
this
now we're
stuff.
talking about
No,
the
no,
one.
no, 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 no. Real
Hold
quick,
on. I
real
gotta
quick.
go
No,
off
no, no,
that
no, no,
point.
no,
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 I
no,
gotta
no,
go
no,
off
no,
that
no,
point
real
that you just
quick,
said before you go
real
away
quick.
from it. No, because you no, I gotta go off that point you just said before you make away from it. Before we get away from it, so you understand. You gotta understand. There's more factors to it. Because again, Frankie was a gangster. Frankie was a gangster. He wasn't on that type of time, bruh. We gotta remember that in the story too. Frankie was before he met Luffy. He was a gangster. He was on time. He wasn't on the shipbuilding stuff no more. So really, he was capable of stuff of it, but he would have never achieved none of this stuff if he didn't move forward with his original passion. Let's stick it to straight to the story now. Let's not get into too many hypotheticals when we have the story in front of us. So that's one. You
No,
gotta
so this is
understand
what
that.
this. Okay, so real quick, it totally does take away from Frankie's own merits if you say that it makes like that his genetics make it make so much sense that he's able to do all this stuff. That totally takes away from his own merits.
It doesn't take away from his own merit. It just makes a little tidbit of how he was able to do it. I'm not saying it takes away from him at all. Queen's a piece of shit.
No, no,
Frank is a
no.
different
Like,
character than
no.
Queen.
If his
Like,
genetics are the reason that he's able to do it,
I'm not
then
saying
that
it's the
takes away
sole
from his
reason.
own.
I'm not saying it's the sole reason. That's what you're saying. I'm saying
I'm
it's
not
all
saying
a
it's the sole
factor.
reason. I'm just saying you take away some of Frankie's merit
It's
if
a
you
factor,
explain that
bro.
Queen being Queen's son
So,
is why he's able to do it. And I don't
so
think that's what Oda's
if
saying. I think Oda's saying it's purely from like Frankie's hard work, determination, and learning from the best engineer of his generation.
let's go
That
base
that's
level.
what
Let's
created
let's
that's
let's
what
go
created
base
the
level
man
so we can
Frankie is
pull this
now.
back. Let's pull this back to some basic understanding. So what you're saying is, make sure I understand you, because what you're saying is that just because that Queen was a scientist and Frankie was his dad, it takes away from his own knowledge. Make sure I understand you before I say what analogy I'm about to say. Please keep it simple so we don't move away from this topic.
I'm saying that if the thing that you were saying, like being Queen's
Because it's a,
son, makes it make sense that he's able to look at the blueprints for the Pluton
I'm
just
saying this,
from
okay, again,
off
okay,
Rift
let
and
me say
be
my
able to see
actual
it, that
words.
stuff.
Let me say my actual words. I say it's a factor of like not changing the base level that we already knew, because the base level about Frankie we've already knew is there. It doesn't move that base level down, but it does help me understand him a little bit more in like where he's at mentally. Now, when I say what I'm about to say, just because if you are strong physically as a person and you have a son who starts off as a strong frame and enhances that strong frame, if does it take away from his merit that he started with a strong frame from his genetics?
It depends.
It doesn't. Because the thing is, what I started with is that I said he took the small frame and he enhanced it, which means he put in extra work from the frame he started with and enhanced it past where it's at. So what I'm saying is he started with a small frame, which of course genetics probably gave it to him, but doesn't take him away from him from where he took it to. Because I said he enhanced the frame that he enhanced the strong frame from where it was from where his dad gave him. So he put in the work. But the thing is, when you look back at that, you're not going to go back and look that, oh, just because your dad has strong frames, why you got to where you are. It's like, no, I see you were strong. You had these tendencies to be strong. And I see your lineage comes from a tendency of a man who also was strong. So I'm seeing factors. It's not like I'm saying, oh, this is the only reason you're doing this. No, it's almost like saying, damn, dude, it's like you've been putting in work and I see the work you've been putting in. Say, damn, bro, you come from a line of people that's been putting in work. I see where you got it from. It ain't nothing like this. It's nothing like saying it's the only reason or even like that. It's just saying, bro, like
But I
the
don't think that the
person that you
one-to-one
knew.
analogy with what you were saying about Queen was though, because the one-to-one analogy would be that
No, because I'm
like
talking about the person in the background. I'm not talking about him in the forefront. Is what you keep failing to realize. That's a big deal. I'm not talking about Queen. The analogy I use for you about the dude that you know at work. is why I was using, because it's the way you was talking about Queen. I keep putting them in the
No, it
background,
has
but the
nothing to
way
do
you was
with that.
talking
It's
about Queen was
Queen.
the forefront.
It has nothing to do with that is Queen. It's 100% that I know it's Queen. Like it
It
could be
makes
if
to
it
my
was
at this point
knowing
to my ears
who
that
is
makes no sense.
knowing the name of his dad is worse than not knowing the name of his dad since it doesn't matter to the story and he doesn't
It
care
does
about it
matter
as
to
a
the
character.
story. It does matter to the story. It's just the
Then
thing is
why didn't
about
he
you're not
say it
looking
in
at
the
all the
manga?
factors and stuff because it's not Frank. How does Frankie rank story wise in the Straw Hats? Please tell me. Please tell me where does Frankie rank story wise in the Straw Hats?
What do you mean story wise in the Straw Hat? Like he had an
How
entire arc
important is
dedicated
his
to it.
everything? Okay, how long ago was that arc? You realize where we're at
Chapters,
in the final saga,
episodes,
right?
or
You realize where
like
we're at in the final saga, right? You realize like it's a lot of things that probably Oda hasn't done and wants to put in story that he probably can't put in the story, right? So he does these SBS to tell us these other things on the outside so we can understand ourselves and put things in the story to keep things going so we get a bigger picture of this big grand story that is One Piece, right? So when you talk about things, when I say where does he rank story wise, Robin is ahead of him, Nami's ahead of him, Luffy, the main character, is ahead of him,
well, it
Zoro's ahead of
depends
him.
of like how much you're
Like
gonna like put into
it
account. Like
doesn't
they couldn't get
depend.
anywhere
Was
without
anything
him.
I just said just
Like
wrong? Was
that's
anything I just said wrong? Let's start
I
there. Was anything
that's
I
what
just told you wrong? Was any of them four characters I just named is not ahead of Frankie story wise in Nami, Robin, Zoro, and Luffy? Is Frankie ahead of any of these four characters story wise?
not Luffy, but what I'm getting at is that
So he
like
is.
with
So
the
you say he is ahead of Zoro and
I
he
didn't
is
say
ahead of
he
Nami.
was. I did not say that.
So again, my original question was anything that I say just wrong? That was a yes or a no question.
No,
You
you.
could have
I'm
just
gonna
said
throw
yes
it
or no,
back
and we
at
could
you
have
when
kept
you said
going.
use my exact words. Okay, I did not say they were ahead of him. I said it. I was trying to say
Well, you didn't let me
because
finish
you
my
didn't let
point
me
because the
finish. You
whole
didn't
thing
let
is
me
about
finish my
talking
point
about a
either.
story.
You didn't
We're
let me
talking
finish my
about a
point either
story
because I
here.
was asking, are you doing it from the perspective that he doesn't join the crew and just gives them the ship?
There's
Or are you
no
talking
other.
about
What are we
how
talking
important it is
about?
with the ship?
See, I also said we're gonna take the story that's in front of us and use the story that's in front of us and go from there. Because that's not what happened. Is why I was trying to stop you from going into hypotheticals earlier by talking about something that Frankie didn't even do and saying what he was about to do. Like factors go into it, and I want you to look at all factors involved. Frankie was literally like he
I got a
wasn't
quick
on the
question.
time
How
that he
did they
was
get
on.
anywhere without Frankie being in the story?
They don't. They don't. I'll tell
That's
you
what I'm
that.
saying.
They
That's
don't
what
get
I'm saying.
nowhere.
I don't
But we're
know
talking about in the
where
final
the
saga
non-Luffy
going
runs
forward.
rank. That's
Going
what I'm trying to
forward.
tell you.
Okay.
Like that stuff.
No, okay,
Like
okay, okay.
there's no.
What we're talking about right now. Let's talk about the foundation of what we're talking about right now. We found out Queen was Frankie's father in a sidebar. What I'm saying you when it's talking about story wise, where are you going to put this part of because we don't even know if Queen's coming back in the story or not. But based on evidence that we've looking at, when I'm telling you, looking at the story from the factors of in front of you, it's been alluded that there's a lineage to Nami that's higher through her lineage. Is why I talk about story-wise things. We still don't know concrete Zoro lineage except from
Yeah, yeah.
SBS's, but I think
All
it's
that
still
stuff's
more than that.
alluded to.
That's
But
what I'm
as
saying.
far as we
So
got
we
with that
find
shit
out
with
that in a
Frankie, was that he doesn't care who they are because they abandoned him.
But that's the thing, though. That's for the in the One Piece world. That's what we're gonna know. In the One Piece world, what you're actually saying is what we're gonna know the entire time. You can watch the entirety of One Piece, and that's the whole theory you're gonna go with. Watch at SBS. Oh damn, Queen was Frankie's father, and you're gonna do exactly what I just did and go down the factors of what you know about the Queen and what you know about Frankie, and start connecting dots. That's all it's supposed to do. That's all a sidebar is supposed to do. So what I'm telling you is why you're saying I'm telling you it feels like you're upset just because it's Queen is because that's the only merit you have. You're not looking
No,
at factors and
no, no,
looking
no.
at where things
Dude,
go.
you
There's
do
no other
not
thing you can
understand
do
what I'm
with it.
trying to say at all.
I don't. That's what I've been telling you. I don't.
What I'm
Because
saying
everything you're
is,
saying doesn't, you're not looking at factors. Every time you say a reason, you
I
like
am looking at
excuse the
factors. It's not my
factors.
fault that you don't
You
understand it.
literally just said, like Queen being Frankie's dad has no merit to the story at all. You can't be looking at factors if you said that. That's
That's
what you
because
literally said.
I like it. Honestly, feels like you're purposely misunderstanding what I'm saying.
Did
Honestly,
you or did you not say that Queen being Frankie's dad does nothing for the story at all?
I
Did
also
you or did you
said
not just say
knowing
that?
the name of Frankie's dad has no merit to the story at all. It's not that it is Queen is his dad. It's that we know Queen is his dad. I've said it like 7 fucking times.
That makes
It
no
has
fucking
it has
sense.
nothing to do with that. Holy fuck.
That makes no
It
sense,
has
bro.
nothing to do with what, like, everything that you just said has been completely ass backwards because it has nothing to do with what I'm saying. It has nothing to do with the fact
It doesn't. What do you
Queen
mean?
is his name.
What do you
Like, that has
mean?
nothing to do with what I'm
Like,
saying. I'm saying the fact that we know the name of it adds nothing to the story. It added absolutely nothing to the story knowing the name of whoever is that. It has not, like, you keep getting hung up that I'm mad about Queen being his dad. I don't give a fuck that Queen's his dad. It could literally be anybody. Knowing the name of his father was fucking stupid. Not that it was Queen.
do
That's
you
what
do
I'm trying to
realize that
say.
me? Do you do realize the reason I'm saying it doesn't make sense? Because I'd have to say Queen's his dad to even find the factors. Did you even think about that?
Yes, I did, because
That's
that shit doesn't fucking matter is what I'm trying to
that's.
fucking
But
tell
then I
you.
just tell you. But then I also tell you that I'm not in here trying to tell Oda what to do. I'm taking what he's giving me, looking at the factors of the story and how it fits, and how does it fit Queen in base level
Just
without going
because
into nothing. Hold on, base level without going into nothing. Queen has scientific background. Frankie has scientific background. You need nothing else more than to go
none of
further
that
than
has
that to
to do
know that
with
it
what I'm
fits.
saying.
What are you saying, bro? Because like literally, we're doing nothing but
No, no,
literally
no.
putting
What I'm
factors
saying
together
is,
from one
what I'm saying
fact.
is that the story is made slightly worse by knowing who Frankie's dad is than
It
if we
doesn't
never
though.
knew who it
It
was in the
doesn't
first
though. It
place.
doesn't change. You literally started by saying it does nothing for it. It doesn't change the story at all. We started with that
Yeah,
whole
that's
thing,
because
and then
if
I
you add something
liaison
that
off
does
that.
nothing for the
And now,
story, it by default makes it worse. It's like when you're
no, it
like
doesn't.
if
It
you
doesn't. But it does something for the story though. It
oh yeah,
literally gives us a
if
little bit
you take
extra
the Mona
more. It's
Lisa
literally
and
not
Frank
even that
after
significant though.
Leonardo da Vinci has it and he just puts one little dot, so like in a random spot, knowing the dot that he just put the random dot there after it was finished, right? Putting the random dot there after it was finished, the dot adds nothing to it. Because we're not talking about like a mole or something like that. But if he added like a random dot to the Mona Lisa,
Yeah,
it
because the
adds
Mona
nothing to the
Lisa's
story.
already
It just
had.
makes it
We
done.
already love. We already know what the Mona Lisa does, and we already have had is married to it. You're right. The dot doesn't change because unless that dot is a blemish and it does like a streak or something or a smear. But let's say that dot was like a little dot, like that, like they say, an artist found like some little white spot or like some little. What if he himself saw a freaking blemish that he goes and put a dot on? And we're talking about a dot, so you're talking about a whole big painting, but a small dot. And like that one dot in the grand scheme of things to the artist stand, like to the grand scheme people standpoint, is going to do nothing. But for Leonardo da Vinci, that dot might make that painting a little bit more better for him. What I'm telling you, us finding out Queen's father was the dot. It makes us go look at Frankie and not doing nothing for Queen, just taking just put Frankie's entire existence out on the table and just look at everything he done. And you can just look at the little genius stuff that he did. And I'm like, I don't like Queen as a character. I'm gonna tell you the honest to God truth. But that one dot that's on there is going back looking and say, okay, I see the scientific background. Damn, that's why you like Vegapunk. Because if you know about the SBS, you realize he left him at 9 years old. So he would have a little bit of that science. That makes all of that stuff make sense. Where the Vegapunk and stuff in with the story that's in front of us, which is all the stuff I've been telling you. So again, that's what I'm saying. You literally just said what I've said this entire time in an analogy. So you let me know that you understand what I'm saying, but you labeling it in a different way because the dot is Queen. That one dot that you saying about
No, no,
Leonardo
no,
da
no.
Vinci put
That
on the
just
Mona
proves
Lisa,
that you
that
have
dot
absolutely
is
no clue
Queen.
what I'm saying. No, 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 no. The dot is not
Makes
that
no
it's
sense,
Queen.
right? It
No,
does
no, no, no,
nothing,
no,
right?
no, no,
That's what I'm
no.
saying. It does nothing in
The
the grand scheme of things, right? That's the analogy, right? The dot does nothing in the grand scheme of things, right?
dude,
That's what
if
I'm
you're just
saying.
gonna keep
Queen knowing
talking
his
over
stuff.
me and it feels like you're purposely
I'm not,
missaying what I
bro.
am, because I
I'm
know
not purposely
you're not,
missing nothing,
like, I know
bro.
that you're
I'm
really
not
smart, so
purposely
that's
missing
why I
nothing,
don't
bro.
get how you're not understanding it when I've said it 6 times, because I know you're a really fucking smart dude. You're probably even smarter than fucking me. That's why it gets on my
You don't
nerves
have
that
to.
you're
I
not
don't. Look,
understanding what you're saying.
I don't need you to upscale my thought process to make yourself feel better about what you're about to say to me. Look,
Motherfucker, I'm
I
not
don't
doing that. Dude, dude,
understand.
dude, 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 dude,
I
dude.
don't understand because look, what we talk when you talk about what you said, like you say it would be better if Queen, like we didn't know who Frankie's father was if it was better. If we just didn't know if we kept it blank because it doesn't change who he is as a character. Finding out who Queen is his dad does nothing to the story. If I said anything wrong so far, may I please continue if I've said nothing wrong so far?
It's not just that finding out Queen is his dad, finding out anybody is his dad. Knowing the
But see, you
name
talk
of
about
his
talking
dad.
over you, but you don't answer my questions when I ask you because you're trying to.
I
I'm
just,
trying to move
I've
it
said
along, but
that
you're
like
not
seven
answering me.
times.
'Cause I'm
I've
trying to
said
come
it
to a
like
new
seven
understanding. Because you're
times.
saying I don't understand, and I'm trying to like the whole point that I'm trying to get to you to understand, bro, is I'm agreeing with you. It does nothing for the story in the grand scheme of things. Really, the bar doesn't move that much, but it doesn't move down. It's like literally, if we was to take it in a percentage base, if you was 90, if your approval rate of Frankie was 62%, finding out Queen is his body, it was 62.02. Like
No,
literally, it's
it
not moving that much. It's just literally all I'm saying is, bro, like it's we do this in people all the time, dude. Like we do this in the actual world all the time where we see people who we didn't know nothing. We meet these people who we knew nothing about these people. Then you meet a step up, a version of like their dad or somebody that had some genetic relation to him. Then you know who backstory you just know and say, okay, some like not saying it's verbatim one to one, but you see little things that came down. Like we have shitty degenerate cousins all the time, and we know their potential because we see the little bit of the people, the peers that we know. We see a little bit in them, and that's all I'm doing. It's literally not even this serious. It really ain't. We ain't have to sit here for a whole hour talking about this. It's really not even that serious. But all I'm saying is, bro, just finding out Queen, his dad, literally, that's all it is. Just seeing the little stuff that he done did. All the little stuff, it just make a little bit sense.
it
That's
hasn't
it.
been an hour. It's
Just
been
a little bit.
35 minutes.
All right.
No, I just was looking at the streamer clock what
But
it
see,
said.
the thing about it, you talk about me talking over you, but you don't answer my questions, and you always like do this little like chime over to something that like okay, I'm being like not even being serious. I'm like using time as a exaggeration. So like you doing that, it's like unnecessary. Like I could say that, bruh, but I don't understand why we just went this long tangent about something that really like wasn't serious because like the stuff you said, saying like, because I look at every factor involved. Like I said, I'm not trying to change Oda's story. I'm trying to understand what he gave me because I didn't ask Oda to tell me who Queen's dad was, but he did. It's not my job to do nothing but see how it fits. Period, point blank in the story. Whether it fits, whether whose name it is, whether the name was Queen, whether it was Okapoko, whether whoever it was, that's not my job to say. It's all my job to say, how does it fit? How does it go from there? Where does it go? Because I don't like it, but I'm going to figure out how it fits so I can understand. Because it's not my story. This is Oda's story. All it's my job to do is understand why he did it, why he told us. He could have told us anybody, just like you said. It could have been a no name. It could have been nobody. He could have kept it blank and not told us, but he did tell us.
No, the
So what
whole
are we
thing I
gonna
was
do with that
saying is that
information?
the whole thing that I was saying is it's better if he never told us.
I can't tell no I can't tell Oda that because it's his story. Somebody in the SBS asked the question and he told us. So uh like to say it was better, you're saying that that person was wrong for asking that question. And I can't say that because knowledge is never a bad thing to
What you
have.
thought? It was in
Curiosity is never a bad thing to
it's
have.
a Viva card.
Oh, so no, he actually released the actual information. My bad. You're right. So it's actually a part of the story because the Viva cards are official. So again, my bad. But still, like I just said, it's not my job to say what he should have
No,
did and what
but
shouldn't have did.
like
It's my
what I
job to
will grant
find the
you,
fact.
if they would have had like a moment in the actual like Wano thing where they addressed it, then it doesn't. I don't feel like it would make it worse. Like the whole thing where you like Nami Zoro, since
But
they've been
again,
building
we
up to
can.
those particular things since like the first 10 episodes, like they've made you wonder like who the fuck Zoro related to, who the fuck Nami related to. But the thing is, when we got introduced with Frankie, he was just like, fuck who I'm related to. We're never talking about it again.
So
And
why
then
would you put it in the story then? Why would you even waste the time to put it in the story then if he, like you said, he already doesn't care? Why us finding out in the sidebar is the best way for the story?
I'm just saying, I think it's better to not know that.
You're not
Cause
gonna
like,
answer my question. Why? Why even put it in the story? Because that was you just said. Take it, it would excuse it if you took a little time in Wano to put it into the story and address it. But you literally just said Frankie spent his whole time not giving a fuck of who it was. If Frankie didn't give a fuck, us finding out sidebar matters like that's the best way for us to find out since Frankie doesn't give a fuck. So why put it in the story?
so
Why even do that? Like it
I
why?
don't know. I
So
don't
you
know.
literally just said so literally you just did that for a whole point that you don't even know?
No, no, no. I'm saying like from Oda's perspective, like I don't know why I did it because I think it made it worse.
But still,
So
this
I
is
can't
Oda's
answer why
story.
he put it
It's
there.
not. It's not. It's not. It's really not in the fact for of is it worse, is it better. The thing I was doing was taking in factors of what it is. I told you. I agree with you. I don't even like the fact that Queen it was named his dad, but I'm taking the factors involved and I'm gonna go with the factors involved and try to see where it
No,
fits
that's what
up and
like
stuff.
you like. I don't care at all that it is Queen or any other character. I just think it was a lapse in judgment on Oda's part to tell us that his dad, like the name of either of his parents.
Who who are you to tell Oda who to reveal who's his dad in his story? That's what it comes down to. This is Oda's
If it was
story.
really that
He
important,
created
though, he would
this.
have put it in the actual fucking manga.
But it's again, that's why I went back to the whole point where I was saying, where does Frankie rank in the story thing? And you even answered it by saying Frankie himself doesn't care. So the best way for us to find out
Well,
who
when it
his
comes
dad
to
was
his lineage,
is in a little Viva card. Well, when it comes to his lineage, that's I'm looking at factors of lineage to try to understand it better. And you told me that there was no factors to look at.
I didn't say there was no factors to look at. I said none of that shit matters to what I was saying.
But those are factors. Those are lineage factors
Yeah,
that
but none of that had
exist.
to do with anything that I was saying. That's what I was
But do
saying.
they exist? I'm just trying to find out where they exist. That's all I'm doing. I'm
Just
just telling
because
you the
they
factors
exist
involved and I'm
doesn't
going
mean that
at.
they have anything to do with countering what I was saying. Because I didn't
Well, look,
say
I'm
anything about like
again,
my entire
I'm
thing
telling you
was
this.
the story is made. It's like fractions of a percent. To be fair, it's just fractions of a percent. Like realistically, it's probably like a billionth of a percent worse knowing who his dad is. Well, it's probably not quite billionth, but you know what I mean.
I
Like
think
it's
it's worse, man. I don't know what you mean. I don't see how it's worse.
it didn't
I
make it
don't.
better. Any piece of information that doesn't make it better when it comes to storytelling, in my opinion, makes it worse.
You do realize like where we've come as a society, where we have whole pages telling fictional characters happy birthday, and we have whole whole controversies and stuff about the sexual orientation of fictional characters. That knowing a little bit more about their father will be a little bit more on the normal side of things. Because we're just at the end of the day, when you're talking about
Well,
a
what's that have
story
to do with what I
that
said
people get
though?
it. Hold on. Well, let me tell you. When you're talking about it, because I'm talking about a story and aspects of everything. You're talking about a story. You want to, and when you're attached to the story, people want to understand these characters a little bit more. Like, that's all at the end of the day this is meant to do. Literally. You can say it makes it worse. It doesn't. It makes us understand Frankie just a little bit more. Not even a lot. It's not even significant. It's really not. But just that we understand Frankie a little bit more is a win. Because if you attach to this story, if somebody somewhere, Frankie is their favorite straw hat. You think they didn't go down these motions that I just went through? Some people probably like Queen. You gotta. The thing about that, that's why I say, because I'm one person. You know what I'm saying? I don't. I try the best to be non-biased as possible. I don't really say how I feel about things and stuff, and don't make it a factor in making a point on stuff because this is not my story. But you got to realize it has some form of success that we're here at 1136 chapters, 1122 episodes, and now we're reacting to it. It has to have some success. Whether you say it's bad writing or it makes something worse or not, it's had to have some success. But again, like the story itself was the point I was trying to make to you earlier. I was trying to tell you that it really doesn't make anything worse because it's really not in the story. Because it's really in a Viva card in the side that, those aren't advertised to go watch or go look at. Like it's gonna come a point in time where you're gonna be able to binge all of One Piece and never know what a Viva card or SBS is. That's the point I was trying to make to you. Like it's other things involved than just what we know. There's other things involved. There are people involved that don't do all the extra research that we do, and that's a big majority of people. So I try to keep when I say what's going to matter is when those people who don't do those research are going to go watch this. Because those are the people are the average people that's going to do. It's not the people going to go do the SBSs and stuff. But again, that's what I was trying to get you to understand too. Is that once it's all said, they're not gonna. Most of these people, when One Piece goes forward, aren't gonna go look at the Viva cards and stuff until after they've already consumed it, after they've already caught up and stuff. So they might come to the same conclusion you did. What they saying, bro? Like, why you had to tell me Queen was his dad? Like, I would have better you like. not told me at all. But that's what I'm saying. Like, it's all for interpretation. That's what a story and art form does. And as long as we can have difference of opinion about it, art is being art because art is for interpretation, and our interpretation is never going to be the same ever. That's how you know it's art at that point, and that's how I know Oda's doing something right by doing stuff like this. That's how I know. And I can't never say that it's bad because I have a point about it that I can comfortably defend, and you have a point about it you can comfortably defend.
Well, like I'm
And I'm
not
at the
saying
point
that the
where
story is bad. I'm saying that reveal is bad.
and
And
I'm
like in the
disagreeing
grand
with
scheme
you.
of
Like I'm
things,
saying,
like it's a very small percentage of like the story as a whole. Like let's be real, it's like
and like
a
I'm telling
millionth of
you,
a
I
percent.
disagree with you, and that's perfectly fine because that's what art is for, interpretation. And
But like I
like I
said, I
say,
just
I can't just the fact that we can have this different dialogue just lets me know that it's not a bad point. Because I'm be honest with you, I disagree with you. And at this point, I don't want to put any more
okay. But real
like
quick, I do
effort
gotta
into
ask,
it. But like
what are we disagreeing about?
I don't like I say I don't understand I don't understand what you even have a problem with it. Like I don't understand how you can have a problem with him being his dad. Like you don't it doesn't like like I said I don't
No,
understand
no, no. I
at
don't
this
have a
point.
problem with him being his dad.
And
I have a
again, I
problem
just
with
told you I wasn't trying
knowing
to put any extra
he
stuff in there
is
because at
his
this
dad.
point you're trying to prove a point to me. Because at this point you're trying to prove a
No, no,
point
no.
to
I'm not
me,
trying
and
to
we're
prove
still
a
on a
point. I'm
stream.
just trying to tell. I'm just want you to understand my side because you would still disagree with
So
me.
what are you really doing in the grand scheme of things right now? Because we're on
I'm just
stream right
trying to
now. If we
make
really
sure
need to have a
you
talk and do this, we
understand.
can do this off stream.
No,
We
no, no.
can
I
do
just want
that
to make
off
sure
stream. Okay, we spent
because
enough time
if
with that.
you
We
you
can
know
do
me
that
very
off
well,
stream.
so you know like
I do,
if I can't
and
get
you
you to
should.
understand what I mean, then nobody else will get what I mean. Is what I'm trying to
But you
say.
do understand we're not on a time limit for me to come to understanding on this topic. Is what I'm telling you. What we are on a time limit on is the stream that we're doing.
Okay,
That's what we
just
are on a time limit on.
just one thing real quick. That
So
way, I'm
we
just
can
gonna
talk
try to
about
say
that
it in a
after
way
stream.
that'll make sense for other people too. That's what I'm trying. Like I'm trying to make sure that I can get it across to other people what I'm trying to say. And what I'm trying to say is I'm not mad that Queen is his dad. I'm not mad that if they made any character his dad. Like I'm not mad about that. Like or it's not even that I'm mad. It's like I don't it's not that part that I don't like. It's the fact that I know the name of Frankie's dad that I think is worse than not knowing. It has nothing to do with
Okay,
who the character is. That has nothing to do
take it away in
because
the comments, y'all.
uh like I don't care that it's Queen. Like it like you said like it lines up decently well with Queen better than 90% of the other characters. So I have no problem with that part of it. I just think it is worse to know who Frankie's dad is than to wonder who Frankie's dad is. From strictly a writing perspective, like there's some people that'll like it because it finally answers a question, but I think having the question is better than knowing the answer to that particular question, and that's why I don't like Queen as Frankie's dad.
Did you just say that having a question is better than having an answer?
In a
No
lot of context,
situation. In no situation, bro, I'm a fire back at that every day. No situation is better than just having. Bro, I base my whole existence off trying to know to get rid of the question. That's why I ask questions. No, but I can't do that. Hey, nah. Y'all take it away in the comments. Y'all take it away in the comments.
nah,
Y'all,
but
y'all tell us who's
I
wrong
believe,
on
I
what
believe,
in this.
like,
Hey, we need to move forward. We
no,
need
no,
to
no,
move
real
forward.
quick, I
I'm not
counted
doing
that.
this anymore.
I counted
I'm
that.
not doing this anymore. We need to
Nah,
move
dude,
forward.
you can't
Ain't no
just
more
like, you
counters, no
just can't
questions.
just like,
No, because no, because bro, Cole, I'm trying to move forward. Again, what I told you for just not a second ago, we have a stream to finish. Well, everything you trying to get me to understand, you said I let you get the whole little conclusion thing out until you just said one thing that did not make sense. Because the thing about it in the whole situation, bro, I can take what you said and put it to a lot of things to where that is a very, very bad ideology. I would never in my life tell somebody to in any situation to hold on to a question and omit the answer because I don't like the answer. And I'm not saying you don't like it, just that's the way I'm going for it. But dude, that's like,
But
bro,
that just tells me that
you
you
take
didn't
the
understand
answer.
what I meant by
Like,
that.
okay, I definitely don't. I definitely don't.
Well, then
Don't.
that's what I'm getting
But
at is that if you reflexively disagree with it when you don't understand what I meant by it, then you're disagreeing with a made up version of what I said that doesn't
so what
exist.
you're saying is because I disagree with you, that means I made a made up version of what you made up based on what you. Cole, we
No,
need to
what
go
I'm saying,
forward.
dude,
I'm asking one last time. We need to go forward before we need to go forward.
that's not,
We need to go
dude.
forward. This has been like this
Uh,
sidebar was great, but we need to go forward. We
that's
need
not
to.
what I said at all, dude.
We can talk about that. We can clear this up after we get off this stream, my man. We need to go forward, man. Like we need to. We need to. And you know it. You know we need to go forward. We've been off topic for like a long time now. I'm not even gonna go into the time because you can go into the time.
It's
We've been
been
off
50
topic a
minutes.
very long time. That's a very long time.
Yes, it is.
We need to go forward. And you know this.
Okay.
Just you know this.
So, where we left off was X Drake and Basil Hawkins going to the bathhouse that Robin and Shinobu and Nami are in, and they're searching because this is where they find out about the crescent moon on people. It's right ankle, right? Inside of the right ankle.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
Crescent
Yeah,
inside
yeah,
reverse crescent moon.
yeah, on the inside of the right ankle. And so Basil Hawkins went to the bathhouse because that's when you'd be able to see everybody's ankle. It's a pretty smart move on his part, to be fair. It's also kind of douchey because like going into like in the woman because they're shared baths in Wano, so it makes sense. But that's when we get the like apparently Nami's body is so incredible that it even makes women faint because there's like women that get the nosebleed thing and fly backwards in the bathhouse, and it almost kills Sanji, which is kind of funny. Like the amount of blood on the stealth black suit after that happens is I honestly believe it is more blood than the than what happened on Fishman Island, which would make it hilarious because that would show how much stronger Sanji has gotten since then. That doesn't even phase him. Cause like the manga shows it off better than the anime does, but see like look how much blood he loses, and then he's completely covered in blood. Like I'm pretty sure that's more blood than he lost in Fishman Island. Uh, Sanji blood loss Fishman Island. Like how much does he? Because Sanji loses. Do 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 do. He loses a lot of blood in Fishman Island, but this looks like more. You know what I mean? Like
I see it.
I can't prove it, but it looks like a lot more. Like I remember watching Fishman Island a few months ago, and it not being that bad. And then I like how we get the X Drake thing. As soon as he walks in, he like faints for a second, and you see the little hearts. But I actually think I don't think that's like a character gag like it is with Sanji because he gets over it almost immediately. I think that's just because with hindsight being 2020, I think that is a clever moment from Oda showing off that like knowing that he's a captain of sword that like he doesn't want to attack him in the bathhouse around all the civilians. I could be wrong, but that's how it looked to me
Absolutely.
with that moment. And it's just like, that's clever fucking, you know what I mean?
Yeah, because a
Like with
pirate would have
hindsight.
went ahead and went at him.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
even
a
like
pirate went ahead and went at him
yeah.
in that sense. Because you see how the Toby Ropo are versus how he is. Like
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
a different.
And there's kids in here too. So like in my head, like I
He
saw
assessed that
that.
situation like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. That's 100% him just like being like, "No, there's fucking civilians in here. Gotta try to get them
Military
outside."
training,
Yeah,
real
like
military training in
or
a
like
second.
the or like Sword because he's like Kobe's level. Like I assume
Hmm.
like Sword is like very. It's not that they're very. It's that we've seen members of Sword. We don't know if Sword is like protect civilians, but the members of Sword that we've seen are very much protect civilians. So it would make sense if Sword is very protect civilian esque. So I just thought when I saw that because it's the first time re-seeing it since knowing the truth about X Drake, I thought that was super clever. Like Oda could have not been going for that, but that's what it comes off as, and I thought it was super smart. Like a super smart little like holy shit, there's that thing like just like a whole thing with the sword stuff, which I thought was pretty cool. And then we get the fight with the Ben-K look-alike. That's the legendary sword collector, right? His name was Ben-K in
Uh,
the
you talking about
legendary
you ain't talk,
samurai.
you talking about the dude Zoro fought in the bridge, right?
Yeah, isn't he based off?
Yeah, he based off the sword collector. Yeah,
Yeah, Ben-K.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
The samurai. Like, there's even like a fucking It's like so Yeah, he was a Japanese warrior monk that collected swords. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That lived in the Heian period. Yeah, 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 yeah. That's who the dude's based off of. Like with all the weapons and stuff. And like later we like learn how big of a deal this big dude is. But it's interesting like how much of a disadvantage Zoro was with two swords than three. Because like I get that he is a master of three sword style, but he's also like we've seen, he's also a master of two sword style. He just prefers three sword style. But I think he just has it stuck in his head that he needs Sushui at this point, because that's the thing that he's going back after. You know what I mean? So it was interesting how much trouble he got from somebody because we see him beat the shit out of Killer in two sword style, and I don't think this guy's stronger than Killer.
No, I don't see he's stronger than Killer. But I think it was more so, yeah. Nah. I don't see him being stronger than
Yeah, I
Killer at
don't see
all.
him being stronger than even though like Killer's slightly fucked up right now, he's still able to use
Slightly,
Haki
yeah.
and stuff. Cause
Yeah, and he was,
Killer's always fucked up because like all the
and it
mental
came
stuff that
to a
happened to
point.
him.
It
But
came to a point in that fight that I was looking at too, because it came to a point in that fight that as Zoro told him to get off, it was like point he couldn't even really like intervene at the right time. Because this is one thing you think about in a fight where you really like strong for real. You like you go in there and you'll offset that fight every time. But in that case, it was like he was coming in, he was getting in Zoro's way, but he wasn't getting in Killer's way, and that's notable. Like you don't want to sit there and think that, if he was really that strong, he would have made Killer stop fighting too. Well, nah,
yeah,
he
like
was.
Killer would have to pay attention to him too. But also like he wouldn't attack Killer probably because Killer didn't have anything special on him. He just had those
Yeah,
scythes.
yeah. He didn't. The dude didn't seem like he was a dude to just attack Killer for no reason. He was going at Zoro because, of course, he felt like he was the thief who stole Shusui, and of course,
Yeah.
Killer was just arrived on the scene.
Yeah, and then we skip from the start of that fight back to Udon, the prison in Udon, with Luffy trying to turn the Sumo Inferno into a practice arena, and he's just like, "Damn, I can't get this shit figured out." Because he's mad that he has beaten the shit out of almost everyone that works in the prison. Because you see, like in the anime, shows off that there's like a pile of people that he has just beaten the absolute shit out of. And he's just like, damn it, I punched him. And he was just like, aren't you trying to punch him? And I like Luffy's also just like, when I win, um, I want a bowl of that soup too. Which ties into later that he's gonna steal all of it because of course Luffy is. And then also the dude that collects swords name is Gyuikimaru. He it's hilarious his reaction to when Zoro's just like, I met Ryuma. He gave me the sword. Can I have it back? He's like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? He
He
died
straight up
centuries
called him a
ago.
liar.
Yeah.
Straight up called him a liar. I mean, which is, hey, that's merits on that.
But
He,
also, like,
man, centuries ago,
when we learned that this
died
dude
centuries
is
ago.
just like the fucking fox spirit thing, though, it's just
That was
like,
a shake.
like,
Shook.
no.
Shook
But
it.
my thing is like, you're a fucking nature spirit. Don't say that it's weird that somebody's body that was stolen 20 years ago, or what was it, 30 years ago, whenever Gecko Moria came. Uh, don't say that you don't see the ability to meet somebody when you're a magical fucking forest creature is unheard of. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like that's
this
some
goes back to
bullshit.
the it goes back to the thing about them being run by dragons and stuff. Like y'all seen it all at
Yeah,
this point.
like y'all seen like literal fucking magic, or the closest thing to magic possible, which is technology so advanced that you can't tell the difference between it and magic. So how the fuck do you not think it's possible that I talked to the person that owned this sword when you're literally a sentient fucking fox that can transform
That's
into
true
a
too.
dude?
That's true too. I ain't never think about that. Like that fox is like old, old.
Yeah,
And you
yeah,
mean
yeah.
to tell me you dude tells you that he met Ryuma and you
And
just
you're just like,
dismiss it
that's
as it's not
impossible.
possible?
Like, what? Nah, dude, it's totally like, if you can use magic, like personally, like if I run into somebody that can actually use magic, right? For the rest of eternity, every time I run into somebody that claims they can actually do magic, like use magic, I'm gonna be like, I don't think so. I don't think you can do it, but I've seen it before. So just in case, I'm not gonna fuck with you about it. You know what I mean? Like if or
That's
like
true.
it's like once you a good I think the best analogy is like once you've learned how to deal with a gun, you're always gonna pretend that there's a bullet in it.
Yeah, I see that.
You know what I
I
mean?
see that.
Like
So it's
the
like, yeah,
correct way
but
to handle
once
a
you know,
gun.
you know.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like once you know like there's the possibility that this exists, that every time you run into a chance to see it, like to run into it again, that you don't reflexively. It's like that's why I'm just like I don't get these fucking people, dude.
Because it's like you, this dude is a being himself that has lived hundreds of years, but you think a dude couldn't,
Yeah, he's like an
like
immortal
you think,
demon fox yokai thing. And
like
he's
you
just
couldn't live 100 years. Like, what are we
like
talking
you're
about?
fucking magic, dude. What you mean you don't think somebody else can use magic? Which is like to me is hilarious. This is like you're surrounded by literal fucking magic. Like the what's even crazier is the island country that you live on itself is fucking magic because there's only one part that gets snow 100% of the year. Yet the idea that someone could have a similar ability to yours that lets them talk to dead people is unheard of. It is funny to me that that's how these people. Also, I think it like goes to show like how close-minded the people in the world of One Piece are. I think is also what Oda like low-key trying to say with that because they see miracles on a nearly daily basis. You know what I mean? Like just normal civilians see miracles almost every day. Like whether it's they like met someone that ate a devil fruit power or something like that. So they see miracles all the time. So someone saying something that sounds outlandish is totally possible in this world. Yet they believe because they haven't seen it with their own eyes that it's impossible because they believe that reality is whatever they see instead of reality being what you can make it, and that's like Luffy's entire thing. He's just like reality is what I make it. It's literally
Not
his
what it makes
power.
me.
Yeah,
Exactly.
like it's literally his power. Like when we get to the end of this thing, like it's literally his power. Like it's literally what his superpower is, and it's just like this one character just makes me think about it personally, like how indoctrinated and brainwashed the people of this world are, that they've lived like this for centuries.
Centuries.
Yeah,
Very much so.
and like
Centuries.
Wano
Ain't
used
done
to be
nothing.
like the land of gold and stuff, and like from this character is who we find that out from, is that was the
Hmm.
nickname for Wano, is that Wano means the land of gold and everything.
And another thing that also came from that was that Wano used to get invaded by like higher ups.
That's what he said. Like when he said the higher ups. I don't think he said world government. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I know
He
he said
might, but I
higher
don't
ups
think so.
and all that used to invade it. It was Ryuma that kept them away. So Wano used to be a prize.
Yeah,
You know what
because
I'm
it was the
saying?
richest
Like,
country. Because it's also
hmm
the other thing is that everyone keeps forgetting about is that Sea Prism Stone comes from Wano.
that's also true as well. So
So
when
they
you talk
they
about
literally are the most valuable thing. Like Wano
so
is the most
some
valuable country because
something
it
that's
has
interesting
limitless
there.
resources and has the most powerful weapon. And also, they don't know it, but we know it. But this is also where the most powerful weapon that's ever existed in the history of the world is.
Yeah, the Pluton.
Yeah, the thing that's supposed to be able to single-handedly destroy the world government by itself is also in Wano. Like it's
Yeah,
so
so Wano's
powerful that the world government needs it because the only thing powerful enough to beat is another version of itself, which is like
so that
gave
just
us an
makes you think
entire other
now.
arc.
That makes you think now because there's a lot of things that's coming from especially our lens and stuff too. A lot of things been coming from kind of seeing how the final saga is gonna entail, and bruh, I think we're gonna end up getting a lot of backstory to like how a lot of these places like were valued in this last big war that was in. Because now, just like how in 1136 we just got this canonically said the world's been destroyed twice now. So I think in a lot of these wars we've had, we're
Or
gonna
I
see a
think
lot
it
of
said
these
at least
territories have been.
twice.
No, you said twice for sure. Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
yeah,
at
at
least
least
twice.
twice. Yeah.
At least twice. So it's still though, in the time that it's been, you think about how any of these countries and stuff probably were like prizes. You know, like if people were invading it, I imagine there was something there to be conquered. That the Fox Spirit just told us. I can't think of his name every time. It's like Ushi something or Umimaru or something like that. But like every time when you think about the wars and everything that's happened, like pre-Void Century, that we're gonna end up finding out about inevitably, this is something that we can come back and think about, like Wano, because even now, like it's a lot of talks about Wano being a prize now with all the stuff that we finding out that they have and they've been or had access to, especially since in Fishman Island, since we know that Shirahoshi is a prize, and now the knowledge that Pluton holds is in Wano is now circulating too, since Caribou's told Blackbeard
Oh
that.
yeah,
So
that's right. He did
it's
tell Blackbeard because that was the condition on him being able to join the crew was that it was truthful.
yeah, that it was true, whether they kill him or not. And that's it's slowly what it's looking like when we revisit this moment here, is making it look like slowly Oda's starting to show us that Wano is indeed still a prize. So
It is
I can
like,
see
but also like it's the most popular or it's the most powerful country in the world that CP0 came to them and was just like, "What do you need? Like, what do you want?" Like they're so powerful that the most powerful branch of the government had to come ask for help.
yeah, that's true.
And they were this powerful before Kaido was there, too, is one thing you gotta remember. Like, they're more powerful now that Kaido was here, but they still held that much power because they weren't actively getting annexed by the world government
Right. And
at that
he
time.
he said Ryuma put them on the map, which means
Yeah.
like he put the world on notice. So that lets you know that that's basically saying that they already were strong. Ryuma just let everybody know that they are
Yeah.
indeed
And then,
strong.
like, we see Odin was, like, almost on Kaido's level. So, like, there's probably someone around that power level every so often that's strong enough to, like, keep people away where people are that scared. Like, there's probably always a Garp somewhere, like someone comparable to Garp in Wano at any given generation. Because generation's like worth like 20 years, right? So like it makes sense.
Roughly.
Like so, and if you think about it, it's after all this happens, it's Yamato. Because we see like in the manga, like now in Elbaf and the latter half of Egghead, all the cover stories, they're all Yamato protecting the borders of Wano, or like interacting with like Otama or something like that. But there's been two or three where she's actively defending Wano from somebody. It might be another person in Wano, but she's super strong. She's got Conqueror's Haki. She's got one of the strongest devil fruits that we've ever seen because it's the dog that also lets her control electricity. Like, So it would make sense that every 20 years there's a super powerful Conqueror's Hockey user that protects Wano.
Oh, that's crazy. The minx got a mythical fruit.
I
Just
know,
made me
dude.
think
That's why
about
it's
it.
my second favorite fruit.
You just
But
made me
that shit
think about it.
fire.
The minks have their own version of a mythical fruit. Turn somebody into a dog with lightning.
Yeah.
Wanda.
Well, no, like the big. That's why I'm thinking like that's why my thing with like what I think about what's it called? I don't think they have one fruit. I think they have multiple fruits.
Mm.
Cause like Yamato's fruit's based off an actual mythical creature, but like there's other mythical mammals that can control electricity. Like there's a cat from Chinese mythology that can control electricity. There's fucking I can think of a couple of birds, but I'll if I Google it, I'm sure I can find more mammals. So like, but also like Chopper's probably related to the mink somehow, since rumble balls work on minks. That also makes me want to know, since Zoans are basically almost minks, does rumble balls make Zoan stronger?
I don't know. I think it would be more of like a
Because
genetic
the
makeup
human
at that
fruit,
point.
I believe, is a Zoan fruit.
Yeah, but I think it was more for the genetic makeup because Beppo's still an animal.
Yeah, but I'm just curious. But it makes Chopper stronger because he can turn into
Because
specialized
I
forms.
don't. Because also, wait a minute. You just made me think about
Like I
something.
wonder, does it make
And-
you
and
more of the thing that you are? Because like if you remember, like the when Chopper originally took the balls, he could be more like a deer or he could be more like a person.
See, you just made me think about there's a big similarity between the Rumble Balls and Thomas Dongo because what I'm thinking is both of them work on animals. And the only reason that Thomas Dongo worked on the gift was because they couldn't change back.
Or at least that's the theory, yeah.
That's the theory. Yeah, that's the theory.
Because I
So
wonder
like
if
I'm
you like
thinking the
give it to a
Rumble
hybrid
Balls.
person. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Ooh.
so the Rumble Balls theoretically is what I'm thinking is that they would work on the gifters.
Yeah, and let them go like full animal.
Yeah, because I mean, shit, you can make a Sulong go to,
Yeah,
to
you can make a normal
Sulong.
one go Sulong, and we've seen how strong Sulong is. Sulong is like Super Saiyan's level of that much stronger.
Yeah,
Because it like
so
let
yeah,
Beppo take on the entire top end of Blackbeard's crew and escape with not only his life but also his captain's life.
yeah,
So that's a
yeah.
significant power boost. Like
That's a
Sulong makes you
significant power
also
boost.
like Beppo isn't that strong in the grand scheme of things either. Like you know what I
No,
mean?
no, not at
Like
all. That
we've
was
only seen
probably
him
his best
fight.
power
I
feat
think
we've
I
seen.
think we've only seen him fight once before that because he knows
Yeah,
kung
in a
fu,
small time.
which is also
Yeah, with the
interesting that he
little.
knows kung fu, right? He knows kung fu, which implies that the minks know kung fu, right? Because
Maybe.
he
I
grew up
mean,
in
no,
Zou.
no, they know some kind of fighting style because Carrot knows some kind of fighting
Yeah,
style.
yeah. So, but
So
the thing that Beppo specifically uses kung fu though brings up another interesting point since we're talking about that. What if that's another connection between Chopper and the minks is because one of the few people we've seen actually use kung fu, right? Like actually seen use kung fu style kung fu is the minks, is Beppo. What if that's
oh
like
yeah,
a
that's
secret
true.
connection with Kung Fu Point?
That's true. That's true. True. It's
Like
true. It's
thinking
true. It's
about
true.
like
That
because
go back to yeah. That
like
go back to
Beppo's
what
the
we were
only
saying.
person that we've ever seen use Kung Fu.
That goes back to that theory we were saying about Chopper having his fruit. He's transforming into different tribes and stuff.
Yeah, like there's a fruit that like lets you be a minx, a fruit that makes you be a what's it called? Like I think the human
Have
fruit
you
was like
seen? Because you
originally
remember,
designed to make animals into minks. Like I think it's like the proto minx fruit.
I think because that was another thing I was gonna touch on too, is what we're gonna end up finding out here soon. Because what if we find out devil fruits weren't always a thing, and like devil fruits came about, and like you know the
Like
human
either
human fruit was
supernaturally or
encapsulation of that.
scientifically.
Yeah, an encapsulation of that.
Yeah.
But they
Well,
probably
like they
found a way.
implied
The
that
way is
they
looking
implied
like,
that they haven't been here forever. 'Cause Vegapunk's just like the imagination slash belief of people in these particular things is what led to devil fruits.
the thing about it was got me is something that you're able to make a book about was something you're able to have a complete view of. You know what I'm saying? Like to
Well, how
make a
they
devil
probably did
fruit
it was,
encyclopedia, you would have had to have access to damn near all devil fruits,
well,
or at
like
least knowledge
they've
of
had
all of them.
they've had at least 800 years to compile the encyclopedia, right? So what I assume is every time they found a new fruit, I assume that they fed it to a prisoner, saw what the power was, and then killed him.
Ooh, that'd be ooh. Hey man, this
That
One
sounds
Piece
like
can get
some
dark.
that sounds like some shit
One
Saturn
Piece can
would
get
do
dark.
100%,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah,
That
yeah.
like in my
Yeah.
head, that's what I assumed how they did it because we know that it's the world government putting it together because Vegapunk worked on one of them, like updating it, like worked on updating it because he had to read it all. So like he knows what every devil fruit the government knew about or legally knew about because there's a new devil fruit power or I think it's probably going to be a devil fruit power that Vegapunk probably has no clue what it is in the new chapter. So I'm really looking forward to the arrows. That chick
That's
that
the
can
point
control
right there.
arrows. Literally because it's
That's
an arrow that pointed up. but
yeah, that's the point.
but like it just makes me wonder like how much of that shit did Oda like be like cook from the beginning or did it just happen and he's just like holy fuck that's genius. You know what I mean? Because like he undoubtedly planned a lot because like he's talked about he planned on the seraphim and stuff like that showing up a long time ago. It was just that he liked he came up with the idea of the four emperors and thought the idea was so good that he had that's what made like One Piece longer was that like he had it like planned out to a certain point. I think it was to like Water 7 or something like that. He had it planned out somewhere pretty far into like when he was like working on Alabasta like in his head like or like outlined what he wanted to do. But then when he got to like when he came up with the idea of the four emperors, that's what made it take so much longer because he thought the idea of the four emperors was too good to cut. So
Oh, of course.
I'm curious like at what point with like the minks and stuff was he just like wait a fucking minute, you know?
Yeah, I think he had one of those boom moments to go further. I definitely can see that because it feels like that, especially like a lot of things that happen, like going forward, like even in Wano, a lot of things that happen just feel like boom moments. Like he had this string and it just kept going
Yeah, that's
and
the
kept
thing
going.
about Wano that I think made it so cool was that it's the payoff for almost every setup that we've had so far.
Because like even you can pull so many parallels from Wano, because we in this same instance too, well, where we are, we're about to. I know we get the reaction pretty much. Uh, when you talk about the smile fruits and when they get introduced, and I always thought that whole and that before we even get into anything about what happened, like, I always thought the whole analogy with the smile fruits being introduced and causing all this harm and stuff to everything. And mind you, the thing about it makes it crazy because Wano is not affiliated with the world government, so they write their own lineage stories. They tell their own tales. So, the smile fruits coming around, forcing everybody to smile, then for them to be saved by a warrior who also could do nothing but smile. Like that whole situation there, that whole lineup there, which I thought that was just like that's a boom moment to me. It's like I feel like when I think about what happened into the creation of Gear 5, it's one of those setup moments. It's like, oh boy,
But also like
you
if you
made a
think about
smile
like
tear down the whole
how
country.
much the setup moment is though. Like if you think about it all the way back
Oh,
to
it
the
go deeper.
beginning. No, like just
Yeah,
think
it
about
goes
it
deeper.
like the first person Luffy ever fights, like just like how many strings Wano closes. The first person Luffy ever fights in the series is a famous spiked club wielder.
Oh yeah, that's true.
The
That's
Yeah,
true.
and
That's
then
true.
it leads you on to not just that. When we get to Zoro, Zoro's a swordsman that's tied to a post, Lord Yasui. Like they're tied to the same kind of post
Samurai.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we
Yeah.
get to Nami stuff with not well, we get Nami joined, and then we get to the Bartier, and there's all the stuff about wasting food, and we see what Orochi does with wasted food. That's what ruined the life of Ebisu Town.
Yep.
And then we get to
Nah, Nami's story. No, you skipped over Nami, but Nami's story is basically Kaido's doing what Arlong did.
yeah, yeah. No, I was getting there. I skipped over
Oh,
Usopp.
you was? I'm
Yes,
sorry.
yeah. I skipped over Usopp though, and then Usopp like is like he has his big warrior moment, like his biggest warrior moment to date soon when he's using the tank.
Not even just that. Think about it. In the setup where we get Usopp from pulling him for
Yeah,
back in the
yeah,
day. Because you remember how the town viewed Usopp. That's
yeah.
pretty much how the people view Orochi.
Well, it's also not just that. It's that like the situation is very similar to what happened with him, where it was a pirate infiltrated the hierarchy of the town that he lived in. Cause like, sure, Kaido did it with like a bigger bang, but he still infiltrated an entire
That's true
nation.
too.
So
Yeah,
it's like a
yeah, yeah.
higher scale version of what that
I can
did.
definitely see
And
that.
especially when you learn like when we get to Orochi's backstory though, that's even more like Kuro. You know, like he infiltrated from the very beginning and worked his way up to take over the shogunate.
That is very true as well.
That's very
That,
Kuro-y.
that,
And then we
that,
get to the
that is very,
Sanji
very true
where
as well.
like it has a tie-in with Sanji's character where like we learn like Sanji's whole thing is that he never thinks anyone should deserve to starve, but it's an entire place that's been starved by a rich dude, by a rich asshole. And then we go to Nami. A Nami was a city that was enslaved by a fish dude, like a fish man, like a small army of fishmen. And what's it called? We get to Kaido. Kaido's not a fish man, but he is a fish man because his
Hmm.
fruit is the fish
Yeah.
fruit model Siryu. So he is technically a
By
fish.
definition of
Yeah,
by
yeah,
definition of the way One Piece describes the devil fruit, he is technically a fish man.
yeah.
That is a fact.
So, and then he enslaved an entire nation. So it's an extreme stakes of everything in the original. But then also, we don't find out until the last half of it, or the last act of it, is the same thing that was the plot twist in Alabasta, is that Pluton's the main thing that's like matters there. So he's basically he closes the small plot hole that we didn't know existed at first until like you dig way too deep into it and you see a small plot hole, but turns out it was never a plot hole. It was just a bunch of setup to lead to what happens in Wano.
No, that's great right there. I ain't
So
know
like that's like the thing
those
about Wano that's
parallels and
interesting.
drawbacks. Cause you
Yeah,
just
like
even
if you
told me one about the one about Sanji, in which the one about that he's so against people being starved, and he's going to a place where starving is pretty much the norm. You just put
yeah,
even more
remember he didn't
emphasis on
sell the
him going
soba, he was just
undercover.
giving it to people.
Yeah, you just put so much emphasis on him going undercover as a cook, as pretty much a salesman, a cook. Yeah, going undercover as a cook just made even more emphasis. It's
And
like
then we see
where you
like what's what's Orobi do when she's in Wano? She does like the opposite of what she had to do before because before she was an assassin. Because that's what Baroque's work was. It was a bunch of fucking
assassination
assassins.
organization. Yeah,
Yeah, it was the that was the original thing. It was the assassination organization. So she had to
I
become an
think the big
assassin
thing
to
for her
survive.
too,
So here she just becomes a geisha, and then
but
Frankie
she getting
becomes the
information.
yeah to get information. It's basically she does the same thing that she did before without all the downside, without the bad part,
And
without
the
like the
big part is,
morally ambiguous part.
and a big part about it is she's doing it not because she's have to, because she wants to.
Yeah, but she want, and then you see what Frankie's doing is what he's doing is he's a carpenter here, which how that parallels with what's it called? What he was doing before is he's setting the roots in Wano to help. He's literally rebuilding Wano. Like he's rebuilding the houses and stuff in the flower
He's getting a
district.
head start. He's getting a
Yeah,
head
he's
start
getting a
on the
head
rebuilding
start. Yeah.
process.
So it's like
That's interesting.
they all
That's
because that's what we ran into him doing originally was that he was rebuilding because he fought like remember the reason we were talking about him being a gangster earlier, the reason he originally became a gangster is to make enough money to buy uh planks from Wood Tree Adam. That's the
that
whole
make
reason
it
he
strange.
became well, it's not the whole reason. He became a gangster to hide the fact that he's Cuddy Flam, to hide the fact that that he had the iceberg gave him the plans. So he became a gangster to distance himself from being Frankie, and also he used being a gangster to make the funds to buy pieces of Jewel Tree Atom, so that he could make his ult because he wanted to make the greatest ship that ever existed. So he
So him
needed a
going
lot of
into
money.
Wano, oh my God. So him going into Wano doing all that. So he already the him actually him having that background going into Wano, making him being able to get ahead of all that stuff. Because of course, because I think about how his position versus everybody else. Because you think about his position versus Robin's position. Because both of them had to go into factions and infiltrate them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like they
They
had to
both
go
had different.
into yeah, they Frankie had to go into the construction world and find a carpenter, get him to let him start building. Robin had to go and get into being a geisha, however, whatever that process was. But
Which is
that's
basically
also
like
both of
a
them.
prostitute almost.
But both of them had to go through. It's like formal, more formal. Like I'm pretty sure you couldn't
Well,
just
not
do
like
it.
I don't think like just because you're a geisha doesn't mean that you sleep with clients, but some geishas sleep with. I think is how it works. Not 100% sure, but that's my understanding.
But both of them had to go through and do like networking, which is things both of them had,
Yeah.
experience with. And Robin and Frankie both being having criminal backgrounds, knowing how to network and find people and talk to people was something that they probably was learned back in the day in their backstories to do. And that's crazy, man. It's crazy how all that stuff lines up like so much, even just thinking about so like all of that,
Yeah,
just
like
thinking about it.
500, 600 episodes later, sort of shit.
Like, bro, there's a lot of stuff went into Wano and encapsulating just how everything it just comes together. Because I didn't even like you killed me with that Sanji one. Like when I talk about how like just make him being a sober cook and just giving away food just fits him even more like perfectly. Because I mean I know he hates starving and stuff, but it's like putting it together now. It's like
Well, it's not
yeah,
just that. It's not just that he
that
hates
all makes
starving.
sense.
Remember when the yakuza attack? He
It's his
makes
whole
them.
yeah, it's his
He
whole
makes
like
them eat it all. He makes them eat all the soba that's spilled. Remember? He beats the shit
yep,
out of them and then he force
yep.
feeds them with his fist. Just
Yeah, because
force
y'all
feeds
ain't
them all
y'all
the
ain't
soba.
wasting this food that y'all was finna get
Yeah.
ready to blow up because y'all mad. Like, yeah, nah, y'all finna eat all this, and yeah, it's part of his MO, and it just makes it all come together more, like even more. So it just and even too, you think about like now in Luffy's case, like him going to this place, like he was, I would say with Ace being there, had been there already, with Shanks pretty much showing up there, um all the whole thing with bringing back Cat Viper and them, and then also bringing in Marco to show Whitebeard. So it basically was like a callback to like all the major points in the story because they brought back a piece of them all. You know what I'm
Well,
saying? We
like,
got Jinbei came back in Fishman Island, which of course we did. We just had that, but he was just in the story. But I'm just counting it. Marco, he do a lot of callbacks to Marineford. Not only that, but then Ace also is a callback. Ace being a big point in the story, and then Shanks being a call into his past and stuff, and how because you think about that was Luffy. I don't think he really saw. I think he might have saw that fight. No, they didn't see it. They felt it, but Luffy felt Shank's presence for the first time again in a long time. That was a good wrap
you
around
know,
to him being there.
there's another thing that I just realized that's fucking hilarious.
Hit it.
The the first thing we ever see Luffy do is liberate a pink-haired kid. In Wano, Luffy liberates the nation that is to be led by a pink dragon kid.
The color, yeah, color pink still paralleling
Yeah,
or
like
still
the
coming back around.
the first thing he ever does is for you know that like he busts out the barrel and then he beats the shit out of Alvida after like making friends with Kobe, right? Like
Right.
that's the first episode. In Wano, he's also if you want to think about it this way, he is overthrowing a pink-haired tyrant also. Cause what's his name is like magenta. Orochi's hair is like magenta, which is like a pinkish purple. Like it's not the
Like a
exact same color,
fuchsia.
but yeah, it's similar to it's a similar color palette to pink.
Yeah,
So it's like
it's in the
the
same. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Gun Orochi. Like real quick, I'm gonna make sure that I'm not misremembering his haircut. Yeah, yeah, yeah. His shit magenta as fuck, dog. So it's a pinkish purple. Yeah, his shit's magenta. Like in the light sides, it actually looks more pink than purple.
I know it went crazy up in the
Like,
flashbacks,
see,
but
like
yeah, it's
it looks a little more pink than purple when it's light. So yeah, I think that parallel works too. And then also, coming into contact with Luffy, and coming into contact with Luffy, not only does he liberate them, but they also it forces them to become the pink-haired kid. It forces the pink kid to become the best possible versions of themselves too. Because we see what happens with Kobe. He becomes Garp's personal protege and one of the youngest captains and very high ranking in such a short amount of time. One of the captains of Sword. Like he has all these accolades. He's the one that stopped Law at the what's it called thing. Like he's the savior of that one thing where Law earned his what's it called his warlord's title at. Like so like Kobe did all this stuff and then Momo becomes the ultimate version of himself at the final fight, where he gets aged up and is forced to take on the weight of his country, literally by stopping the small island from crashing in the rest of Wano. So it's just there's just like a lot of stuff, like just like so many different parallels there with what's going on in Wano to what happened originally that like ties it up in a nice bow, but doesn't end the story. Like most stories would end at Wano, but Oda was just like, bruh, we just get started.
boy, he,
But I
he
just
he
thought
set a
those
lot
were
of
good to.
seeds. He set some seeds, man. It's amazing to see all the seeds he really like set up. Like in Wano, you threw me with that one. I'm still like sitting here processing it, especially like in the stuff where I don't even really feel that bad about Zoro really anymore. 'Cause I was one of the people who was upset about him not getting that much, uh, confirmed backstory in this arc. But he did set a lot of seeds, and it just makes me think that it's about to be some crazy stuff going forward, like with Zoro. I just don't think he's done with Zoro. Is what it feels like.
Yeah, dude, I don't like. He's got to do something with Zoro.
Because the thing about it, when we go and dig into this stuff and we see just how much meticulous planning went into this, because I'm telling you, like with Wano and stuff, all of the points and stuff you just mentioned, like there's no way none of this stuff was planned to put in here. So him not mentioning or
Or
not
not
having these
planned. Yeah,
people,
it all had to be planned.
it all had to be planned. Like it wasn't not planned. Like it was all planned. Like
Like, there's no way
everything
you
he's doing.
connect dots that cleanly on accident.
Yeah, and like is the him omitting the stuff that he has just lets me know that he's got plans for this stuff, and the stuff that we thought we were getting in Wano that we didn't get it's either a better alternative or the time wasn't right for us to know it, and I believe it. Like just with this lens, we were going through all the stuff we've been uncovering. It's like I can't come to no other conclusion, but he's got better plans.
Yeah, personally, I just like. I just realized like all those right like a few minutes ago. Look at like reading my notes, and that's just like holy shit.
No, I understand.
Especially like we get
But
to like the like I keep wanting to call her by her actual name, but we don't know her actual name yet. What's her fake name again?
who?
Hiyori's fake name?
Oh, Komurasaki.
Kuromasaki. Yeah, I keep wanting to call her Himori because the card game, she's not Kuromasaki.
Yori.
She's Hiyori. All of the cards of her are Hiyori. And she's busted as fuck in the card game. So if you play yellow, which is my favorite color in the card game, almost every deck plays one or two of her. At least two of her. So, but like I was saying, when he sees Killer attacking her and Toko, and the interesting thing is that there's one slight scratch on her that came from Killer, which obviously came from Killer because it was profusely bleeding and they're very far from the
The
capital.
one on the arm
But yeah,
that
it's on her
she put
arm.
up to
That's
Zoro.
not where she got cut by what's his name. So this is where it gives it away completely that Home Dude didn't cut her, that it was fake, because she gets slashed shoulder from shoulder to stomach by him.
It's a little detail
Yeah, yeah, it's
that
like the
we
little
omitted.
details that's nice, like that's clean, like that I think like it's clean, and I like how the dude like attacks Zoro, the fucking fox guy. What's his name? Maru, something like that.
I think
He's
that's
just
it.
like have at thee, and he's just like read the room, man, chill, and we get like Killer
Yeah.
being butt fucking insane.
Nah, that fight with Zoro and Killer was great. Like seeing Zoro go against a dude with freaking Scythe was interesting. It's always nice to see other weapons introduced. Because a lot of Wano was just straight swords for the most part, minus the kunai and shuriken that they was using.
Also, the
And it's
interesting thing about Killer was being driven insane and forced to eat a smile fruit by I assume it would be like Basil or somebody because they would have given him a little bit of time in the like what they did with I keep wanting to call Kid Jaggy. Thanks Luffy for that. Um like Kid, they gave him plenty of time. You know what I mean? Like he's been there for weeks, maybe a month, maybe a couple months. Uh like without anything happening. So Killer probably attacked like one of the headliners when they got captured and then was forced to eat a smile fruit and then he becomes the shogun's personal own attack dog. Like he gets indoctrinated somehow, because he even says like Hiyori like sees right through it that he has to be like they have to just pretending to be a serial killer. He has to just be killing whoever the shogun doesn't like, because that's the only reason that someone would chase after Otoko for so long. Like Hiyori sees through it immediately, and then when she calls him out on it, he says, "You dare to refer to the Shogun by name without his title?" Like, and it just show like it makes you wonder like what the fuck happened to him to make him like a mind controlled dog for somebody that him and Kid would never listen to.
no, that's a true statement. That's a
Like,
true statement.
cause we see like when we're gonna end up like them getting reunited. That's where the
Matter of
last
fact,
episode is,
that probably
and he's still
goes that
fucked up.
probably that's probably a merit to just how strong the psychological torture was in Wano. If someone like Killer was affected by it after not even being there as long as some of those people, that's probably what Killer served as like a measurement for just how intense that psychological torture was. If a person like him, was able to be driven insane, and well, I don't know about being forced. I mean, no, he was forced. He was forced. He was pretty much forced. Wasn't it like I don't remember what it was. They tell us the reason. They're
We
gonna
don't
tell us.
know how he was forced for sure, but he
It
was
was it
clearly
was
tortured.
I know they showed what happened because I think Orochi had something to do with it. I think he was forced. I'm over here cycling through my memories. I don't know if I really
I don't
seen it.
remember them implicitly telling us how they did it. They just told
I
us
know he
like
said he
part
ate
of
it.
it.
I know he told us he
Yeah, I
ate it.
know he had to eat a fruit
And
because like
what's his
the whole
face
thing
was
is
laughing
the
about it.
reason that the reason that he wears his mask is because he doesn't like people seeing his smile. Or one of the reasons that he wears a mask is because Killer hates his smile. So that's one of the reasons that he wears a mask even while eating. Like he eats through the holes in the mask too. Like that's how
Yeah,
like
boy,
committed
splurt
he is.
spaghetti through.
Yeah. Isn't that like his favorite food?
It has to be.
Like I could
Boy,
have sworn
slurping
I saw it
spaghetti
like
through
on
that
a
mug.
Viva card. Because we know Luffy's favorite food is just meat.
What he eats all the time.
That's all he asked for. He's just like meat. Also, I noticed like it's funny. You know how Luffy gets stronger after he eats meat when he's tired? Have you noticed the exact same thing happens for Zoro whenever he drinks sake?
One of them things. That belief theory coming back in full circle again.
Yeah, I think they just
Full
believe
circle.
that like Luffy believes that his crew's at full power whenever they do what they think they need to do, and but we see like after because somebody's gonna cheap shot Zoro, like Killer's gonna cheap shot Zoro, and then he's gonna use that to take the scythe from him and use it in a three sword style technique. But also like Zoro's being attacked by both of them at the same time, like he's fighting two people at the same time. But
So I did enjoy that little tidbit when he put the freaking scythe as his third sword.
yeah, it shows off like he's so much more powerful than Killer here.
Yeah, so much
Cause
more.
he one shots Killer. Well, it's more than one
But
shot, but it's only one technique. It's Purgatory Onigiri, and it instantly defeats him. And we get the whole it slices half the background into squares to show off how many times he cut him.
oh no, kill yeah. Zoro, he eats this art so much, and this was the first fight. Visually, aesthetically pleasing, and on top of that, like of course, Killer in all his glory. We could see him. Also, bro, the way they introduced him as Hitokiri Kamezo, I thought we got a new character. I was slightly upset to find out that it was Killer. It was one of
I
those things I
like
was actually looking forward to having a new character.
I
But
assumed it was Killer as soon as we saw the smile. Like the first time I saw it when it shows the smile in the bandaged mouth.
I was hoping for a new character. But it's good though. Like I take it, Killer.
Also, Killer
Be
uses
having that part.
scythes. Well, technically, he
Yeah,
uses
spinning
modified
scythe.
commas, but like it's a
Isn't
comma's
comma
just a
just a
little
modified type?
commas are just little bitty scythes. So yeah.
Yeah. So yeah,
Well, like
yeah,
they
yeah.
don't have like Western style. They didn't have Western style scythes in Japan. They used commas, but it's all semantics. Commas are way cooler than scythes though. Commas are fucking dope. I blame Soul Eater for my love of the Kusarigama. The sorry, it's the comma with the ball strapped to it, like chained to it, or sometimes another comma. But then we learn from Dogstorm right after that fight when Zoro passes out, we learn from Dogstorm that Orochi learns the truth about the circles or the reverse crescents, and we learn that Kiyoshiro is now hated by everyone in the city.
For killing Komurasaki.
Yeah. And it's also like this is like the moment where they make it like kind of obvious that he's the last member of the Scabbards in my opinion. Like looking back, I'm just like I'm an idiot for not realizing it sooner. He's had one of the pamphlets forever. Like
I definitely well, he picked up one.
yeah, he
He
picked one
picked up
up,
one after
but
that.
he held it. And so like why would you hold it if it's not meant for you? sort of thing. You know what I mean? Because it makes it look like you're a bad guy. Like it makes it look like
That's
you're
also
against the
probably
Shogun.
now I think about it too. Now I think about it too. Technically speaking, he was the first person outside of the main group to see that flyer.
Yeah, and he knew what it meant immediately, and that's probably why they did they had the next time that Hiyori was with the Shogun, that's when they faked her death too. So it just like it's one of those things like Oda didn't make it obvious, but he made it like I felt dumb for not noticing it because he was just you could see now that I knew what happened, I see all the little breadcrumbs. And that's, in my opinion, that's the best kind of plot twist. One that you could see coming, but only if you could put it together fast enough. Because that's how you know it's clever. You know what I mean? Like the movie Now You See Me, with that plot twist. Like you could put it together if you were fast enough, but you might be wrong. But then it turns out you were right, and you're just like, holy shit, that is so smart.
You're right. Those type of plot twists are insane. Like you
Yeah,
talk about how the one of the crazier plot twists is the freaking Attack on Titan plot twist, but they ain't really give you much time to get that one together.
yeah, but here they give you about 30 episodes to piece that together. Well,
Yeah.
actually, they give you more because I think we don't find out for another 10 episodes who he actually is. Because we find out right before the actual raid. Like the one that I will say felt out of left field is one that we're gonna talk about in 2 weeks. The one that we're gonna talk about in 2 weeks. But there is one breadcrumb to that, and we're gonna talk about it in a minute. But the one breadcrumb, well, technically there's two breadcrumbs, but I don't like counting one of those breadcrumbs because it feels like a fake breadcrumb. But and then we cut to Sanji where he's beat to hell because Nami beat the shit out of him for seeing her naked, and they're all being asked by Shinobu, who Shinobu's asking them who told, and then she implies that Law's crew is were the snitches, and I like what Shinobu says to him, because Shinobu's been relatively calm, right? Like the most that she does has been doing her admittedly kind of annoying gimmick of mature woman, but she hasn't really shown anything. You know what I mean? Like no real like she hasn't really gotten angry. She's gotten scared, but we haven't seen her get angry or sad or anything like that. But then we get a bit of dialogue from her where she's incredibly pissed off and incredibly sad at the same time. And the quote is when she's talking to Law about him going to get his back, Beppo and Sachi and Penguin. This isn't a child's game we are playing here. It's been so long. And then she starts crying. This is it. We have waited 20 years from this. If we fail this time, there will be no more second chances. And Law finally realizes like it's this thing from her where she's bawling her eyes out while saying it that makes Law realize we can't fuck around here. We're like I know we want to stop Kaido, but this is like we're playing with these people's future. We're not just playing with their lives anymore, sort of thing.
Yeah, they just about their life. We playing with their future. Like it's a different thing when you say just life and then you go like future. It's like you
Yeah,
trying to we think of life is like live or die right now. You talking about future, you trying to make sure not just you live, but you trying to make sure these kids live, you
yeah,
know.
to make sure like you can like your lineage continues, sort of thing. And then
It's a different fight then.
we get Tanayasa shows up and talks, and he lets them know just in case they didn't know that situation. That they know, that the Orochi knows without so much as saying anything. And we get Hiyori hitting on Zoro for an entire episode.
I still think it's funny. Shank, everybody in the Straw Hats get played except Shank. I mean, except Sanji.
Everybody what?
Everybody in the Straw Hats gets played except Sanji.
Gets play?
Yeah, like
Okay,
Luffy
I
with
couldn't tell what
Amazon
you said.
Lily,
No,
Luffy
what's it called?
Amazon Lily,
No, remember,
Zoro with
Sanji got it in
Hiyori.
Wano.
Yeah. Oh shit, I forgot all about her and
Not
Chunji.
pudding, but
Shit,
no,
I'm
no, no.
right.
I'm talking about like inside Wano. All the women of Wano are in
Yeah,
love with
the
Sanji from the Soba.
no, I
They're,
was thinking I was no, no, okay, so actually when you talk about play, it's like actually has seen them naked and type shit. So,
oh,
but
that's
still
what
you're
you mean.
right, because you remember the girl that patched up Sanji with Chunji the rat that we're gonna get to here when they start fighting. Yeah, she was one of them.
But yeah,
After after the Black Maria
it
took
took,
over the Robin fight.
yeah, it took
Yeah, so you're right.
a lot of stuff for it took an entire arc dedicated to him sucking for Sanji to finally get women to be interested in him, which is hilarious. But like Zoro off rip, he's just like, dude, I don't care. I study the blade. Head ass.
Luffy didn't even know where he was.
I
Luffy
am.
didn't even know where he was at. That shit looks
I'm
funny.
looking forward. I'm looking forward because we know, like, because Zoro learns about the Black Blades, and Zoro hasn't really had
Here
a chance to pour anything into a blade. But I'm so ready for him to turn his Kotetsu into a Black Blade,
and then
like
with
turn
the
Yumina's uh
when the fox when the
Kotetsu.
fox, yeah, because that would be the one, because that's the one obviously he's had
That's
the
the one that he
longest
puts in
now.
his mouth too.
But when the
That'd
fox
go
spirit
hard.
dude said he when he spoke about the black blades, he was like, and you didn't make that blade a black blade, you did not forge that blade in combat. And it was one of them things. He was like, forge.
Yeah.
So he picks up on stuff just like that. So of course he sees it a little differently, and that was one of the things too that people were asking to be revealed in this arc, is how black blades were made, and that's the only hint I think we got this arc about that. But it's a hint nonetheless. No, we get another one when he talks about Enma, when
Yeah, yeah,
the
when he
dude
talks
talks to
about
him
Enma,
about Enma.
when Hiyori asks if she will trade him her sword that Odin left her in exchange for Shusui, because like her father's sword's important to her, but seeing as how she's like royalty, she has to keep the sword that's important to her people, even though it's Zoro's birthright to have Shusui, which is kind of weird.
It's really weird when
It's
you
not
think
just
about
his
it.
birthright. He was given directly by Ryuma. He
By
was
Ryuma,
given,
yeah, even though it
yeah.
wasn't, even pretty much it was his corpse. I mean, it was pretty much like
Well, it was him because he
it
got
was
his soul
him.
back. If you
Yeah, it
remember,
was
he got his
him.
soul back, and he was just
Yeah, it
like,
was
"I want
him.
you to have it." Or it
So
wasn't
he
that
gave
he,
it to him.
it wasn't that he got his soul back. It's that the soul possessing him got taken away, so he could actually be him again. Because remember, wasn't that Brook Shadow was the one attached to Ryuma, if I remember correctly?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then we learn uh, that I keep wanting to call her Hiyori, but we learned that she is Hiyori, and Momonosuke is her big brother. Excuse
Oh,
me.
the Kihiyori.
What is the name of this? And then we get
I
the
know.
Zoro
My
freaks
bad.
out for a while. Like we get like 10 minutes of him being like, "What the fuck?" Like I think it's what 10 minutes, and we learn that Kamamatsu is the one that raised her until she was like what, like 8 or something. It was a couple years, cause she's 6 when this happens, cause Momo's 8.
Yeah, it wasn't that long.
Yeah, so she lived with Kamamatsu for a couple years, and then we learned that she lives with somebody. Um, And then also we see now that Hiyori gets to be Hiyori again for the first time in years. We see that she acts exactly like her brother. Like like remember she like puckers her lips real hard and like starts sweating profusely, and Zoro's just like, "What's wrong with you?" And she's like, "I'm so happy, but I'm the daughter of a samurai. I refuse to cry."
Yeah, holding that samurai pride.
But yeah, the we see the and then we get a thing where they go over the nine scabbers, and it's Kinemon, Kanjuro, Raizo, Okiku, Dogstorm, Nekomamushi, Kamamatsu, and then what's it called? Shuden Tomaru. And then the last one we don't know who it is.
Wink, nudge, nudge.
Yeah, Denjiro, that's the Yakuza boss's actual name,
Real
right?
name. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
Denjiro.
Denjiro.
You didn't know it?
No, I have forgotten it.
Oh, I could have told you. That's my guy. That's my favorite one right there.
I don't know which one of the scabbers is my favorite. I know who my least favorite is.
Everybody's least favorite should be freaking Conjuro.
Well, mine was him before I knew all the scabbards. I was just like, there's no way they're gonna make a scabbard I like less.
And
Nekomamushi might be my favorite scabbard, honestly, thinking about it.
he hard.
Just 'cause he's hilarious.
He is too.
And he's a Garfield joke. Like
Yeah,
when we
pretty
first meet
much.
him, he makes a Garfield joke about liking, I think it's lasagna, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he makes the Garfield joke. So I was automatically just like, I like this dude. And Dogstorm's cool too. But Nekomamushi's a little bit cooler. Which is, it
I
feels bad to
only
say because I like dogs more than cats.
not feel you. I only fuck with Dendro because of the whole like the stick with him sitting back and like holding his rage on until that moment when he wanted to let loose. I'm like, yeah, boy, you a different breed, boy. Yeah, I just wish he had a little bit more screen time in the fight.
Dude, I just remembered who the person that we forgot about last week. How we're just like Elephant Man, Gorilla Dude, Hippo Guy, Leopold. Who else? Or not Leopold, but Hold'em. Who else has an extra bit of the animal, like an extra mouth? Armadillo does.
Oh yeah, I
Yeah,
forgot about that.
there was one that we couldn't remember who it was. That's who it was.
I could not
Cause
remember
remember
that
it
for
go like
shit.
it's over his nose.
Yeah,
Yeah, I remembered that. I remember seeing it. I was just like, oh shit, that's the thing we were trying to remember. And we get Luffy practicing against Alpaca Man and Armadillo Man, and old man Hio's just like, so what you're saying is you're trying to do this? Here, I'll show you how to do it. And I'm pretty sure he kills Alpaca Man. I'm pretty sure. Like he hits him with advanced conqueror or not conquerors, but advanced armament hockey in the throat. I don't see a world which somebody doesn't die from that. Just because advanced armament hockey is what we call broken because of how it works. Like he is indeed OP. It is indeed OP. And then I like how we learn like how fucked up like some of the people at Ebusu Town are. Like it's like even the shitty people that Orochi just ran out of use for get sent there. Like the ones that hate all the kids and stuff. They get mad at them for laughing. But we get talking to uh Tanoyasu is where we get the first breadcrumb about Kanjuro's, like the betrayal from Kanjuro, because there's no way Kanjuro wouldn't have recognized that it was Lord Yasui unless unless like he was actively trying not to hurt him. You know what I mean? Trying not to be in the way of it. Does that make sense? because it
Yeah,
shows a flashback of them meeting him because they all believe that they owe Yasui their life because Yord Yasui's the one that helps them help Odin pay off all the stuff.
yeah.
Like he's the one they get the money from to do it, and Kanjuro's with them when they do that. And personally, if I swore my loyalty from a dude to a dude, I would be able to recognize them when they look almost the exact same minus their hair 10 years later. Personally, I know I would be able to because I still recognize people from fucking middle school sometimes
That's true.
or like
No, I
middle school or high
understand.
school. Like I'll see it, I'll be like, and they just look kind of similar. Like they don't look exactly the fucking same. Because you got to remember, for him, it wasn't that fucking long ago.
No,
Like if he would have been like the 20 years, I could see it. But it's only been like 12 years from that moment for him. Maybe not even 10 years because they're all teenagers at that point and Odin dies in his 20s. So, like, cuz doesn't the whole story with him start when he's 20? Isn't that when he gets kicked out of the flower capital is when he's 20?
I think so.
It's something along the
I
but
know they go
that's like
back. I know they do a earlier montage.
yeah, but this is like the first time I was just like maybe that's a hint that he's a fucking bitch. Cuz personally, like I know he's been through a lot, but I would remember the person that was directly responsible for me to be able to live the good life I lived. Like, cause I
That's
remember
understandable. I can
like
definitely
my
see that. Yeah.
best fucking teachers in life that did less for me than your Yasui did for him. I still remember their names and fucking faces. I could probably point them out in a crowd if I ran into them again, if they look remotely similar. You gotta remember, Yasa looks exactly like Lord Yasui, minus the hair. Like, this isn't a Clark Kent situation. Because, like, Clark Kent, like, he actually vibrates his face super fast so no one can see it when he's Superman. It's not like that. He looks exactly the same. He sounds exactly the same because he still has the same voice actor, obviously. But, like, and Yord Yasui was known for doing stuff like Tanuyasa does, like being like ultra helpful even though he didn't have to be. So I'm convinced that this is also we haven't seen that many people with cobalt blue hair. We have seen maybe 3 people with cobalt blue hair in the entirety of One Piece. Antonio Yasa is one of them fuckers. So I think Kanjuro 100% recognized who he was, but just didn't say shit.
Oh yeah, no, 100%.
Especially like when you see how he acts and everything, that they act
No,
exactly the
I think
same.
the excuse they gave was if I remember correct, was the one where they was like he never really smiled that much as when they knew him. So him eating a
No,
smile
but
food,
he
having him
smiles
smile
when
all the
he's
time
sitting
with
there
that
giving him
demeanor.
the money, though. That's like why I don't think that,
Yeah, but
because
like
that would be
it
the
was one of
moment
them things.
burned into my mind.
It was one
But also,
I mean
like
I agree with
Kinemon
you. Like I
recognizes him.
don't.
Like remember, Kinemon recognizes him immediately, so I refuse to
Because when you think
believe that
about
Kanjuro didn't.
Because when you think about what what's his face did, when you think about the other dude, what's his name? The long nosed guy. I can't think of his name, but he's a Kozuki. It starts with an S, but he had to put on a whole mask to hide his identity.
Yeah,
Oh, Sukiyaki.
yeah, the
Yeah, this
one
nigga name
raising
Sukiyaki.
Tama to be a ninja.
Tama. Yeah, he had to put on a whole mask to hide his identity. So when you talk about that stuff, and it's like all he did was just ate a smile and never stopped smiling. It's like, yeah. But I think it was more the demeanor and stuff that did it for them. But because if they would have found out that he was one of the if he was actually the dude from their past, I think they would have reacted a little bit differently. We gave him a little bit more, what do you call it, motivation to really just go crazy for real.
But yeah, like there's no way in my like I refuse to believe he didn't know that was him from the rip. And then we get the after that stuff with Tonyasa, we get the uh old man Hyo being called up to like what's up and like that there's an actual chance to overthrow Kaido and all these years that he like been captured and prepared like he's been prepared to die for the past like 20 years and he learns that it all wasn't for naught. Like he says, how close I came to letting myself die in this prison. I had accepted death. If this happened a moment too late, I might have died never knowing the truth. Because he finally, like, because it's not just that they have the power to do it, it's they also need the, what's the right word? They need the motivation to do it too. Like, they need something to follow in order to, do it. Like, the people of Wano need something to follow. I also like how we get the Orochi's just throwing a fucking bitch fit about Kurosaki still being dead. Like he's in his snake form, throwing an absolute bitch fit.
And it's bitch.
That shit cracked me up so much. Like I was just like, you deserve to be throwing that, man. Like fuck you, dog. You suck. I don't like you. Like I hope you die slowly. He kind of does, but that's beside the point. And then
Hmm.
we get the we learn about the witching hour boy, and it's Tony Yasuo pretends to be the witching hour boy. I like the big plot twist with that I think we'll get to next week, or is it the next? Like the actual witching hour boy part is pretty good. And then I love that when they're in prison, they Old Man Hyo and Luffy eat all of Queen's red bean soup. And then we get the what's it called? Shooting Maru stuff gets attacked by Hold'em to force him to fight. And then we get the I don't think there's much more for the metaphor to talk about after we get to the funeral, is there? Like I'm trying to think. Like
Is that where
obviously
we
we got to
stop?
talk about the No, it's not where we stop, but like I just didn't write down a
Oh,
bunch of stuff that happened
okay.
after the funeral because
I
like
mean, the funeral is pretty much the next big point.
yeah.
Because with everything that just happened with because this is right around the time when they revealed us what happens with the smiles and stuff, and how everybody's
Well,
pretty much
remember it
crying
is
or laughing and
yeah, this
stuff.
is where we learn about it.
And then yeah, and then what? Yeah, because then what? The next big point then is udon. Because I know I got boy, our boy Chopper, but nah,
Yeah, and we don't end with that, or like it's the
nah. We
start
end
of
with the
Chopper
Momonosuke
doing it.
speech.
Yeah, we end
We
with
end with
the
the
moment.
Momonosuke speech.
But yeah, when we see like Yasui, he looks almost the exact same. See, look, like he looks very similar. Like this is yellowed out for a flashback, but like you know what I mean? Like that dude looks exactly like Tonoyasu. He's just not
Yeah,
smiling. Like just him 20 years older. Like refuse to believe. Like he even has like the pink nose still the entire time and the rosy cheeks. And I love how everyone loves him because he's such a stand-up dude. But what
that's
really
how he
sucks is they
goes.
all have to laugh
So,
because of what Orochi
yep,
did to them. Orochi stole their ability
but
to
that was a
grieve.
that was a freaking tough scene, man. Like when you talk about seeing that for the first time, man, it's like You see that, bro? Because even Zoro, bro, like Zoro's reaction to it was even like I mean, I shared the exact same reaction when it happened. Because I was under the impression before they said what smiles were, because Toko had ruined it for me. Toko had made me think all these people out here was just crazy. And I'm thinking they just laughing at folks, but nah, bro. They said, nah, they can do nothing but laugh. They can't do nothing but laugh. And it's like, oh, that's a little different dynamic there. That's not the same as like saying that they laughing on purpose. Now all they can do is laugh.
Yeah, because their ability to do anything else was stolen. Like, there's no other way to say it. And we learned that it's just because Orochi thought it would be funny. Like, that's why he did it. He thought it would be funny that they would be stuck laughing. But also, Lord Yasui, right before we learned that, says something really dope. When he's about to be put to death and he's basically about to be crucified. Like, he's on the pole and everything. He says, "Look upon the beauty of the flower capital. Capital. How wondrous a sight Wano is. It is this beauty which our pride and joy, built over generations of hard work by the Kozuki clan and the people of this nation. This is not your doing in the least, Orochi." Like, just straight up calls him out, and he's just like, "Can you hear me, Orochi? All you have done to our bountiful forests and fields, rivers and villages is pollute and corrupt them with your sludging greed. You are nothing but a vermin."
A veteran.
Yeah, and in the 20 years since the death of the Kozuki name, without any manpower to avenge them, I mourned the loss of that great house, and so I created that image. So he's claiming that he's the one that created the little placard to hide the fact that there is an insurrection happening. Like, he basically just makes it look, he makes the Shogun look like a fucking idiot to everybody that was on the Shogun side, which is fucking smart. Like, a smart play. Like, it basically fixes what would have been a plot twist if he didn't give this, or not plot twist, but a plot hole if he didn't give this whole speech. Oh yeah, I love also that the last thing that he calls Orochi is a man of small caliber right before he shoots him, and that just cracked me up.
That sounds like an elaborate way to call somebody short.
What it also says, like, you're not a, it's a, if someone's of small caliber, it means that they have no impact. Because that's like Orochi's whole thing. He wants to have like an impact on the world. Like, it's a, but also remember Orochi's like a fucking giant sized person. Orochi's tall. Like, how tall is this bitch? Damn, he was 54. Yeah, he's 11 and a half feet tall. Oda, I'm gonna need you to change his birthday because it's way too close to mine, and he's one of my least favorite characters. So can you do that for me? Um,
But I didn't know he was that. I thought he was like at least 8. I didn't know he was 11. That's crazy.
yeah, dude, he's 11. He's 11 feet 6 inches tall. But nah, he's basically just saying that he's a shitty human. He's a, but like his whole thing is he wants everyone to think that he's a great man. So saying that like he's the opposite of a great man is like the biggest insult you can give him. Which is why it works so well in my opinion. And we get a little more. We get the backstory where he gives the scabbards the money. But yeah, Kinemon knew who he was immediately. So I'm onto your shit, Conjuro. But like, I feel so bad for Toko though with this, because all she can do is laugh at her father's murder. That's all she can do. Like, she can't cry, she can't be comforted or anything. But also, like, Zoro doesn't give a fuck. He does it anyway. And then Luffy drops the hard line of no one deserves to get laughed at after they die, no matter who they are. Like he doesn't care who it is, no one deserves that fate. Because like Luffy understands what it means. And this is where we learn the truth about the Smile Fruits, how it was all just part of Orochi's cruel plan to fuck with people even more after he took everything from them already. And then we get the dope ass scene of what's it called, Zoro and Sanji protecting Otama. That leads directly into their fight. Because we get X Drake versus what's it called, versus Sanji, and Zoro versus Denjuro, pretending to not be Denjuro. I see Denjuro's pretty strong. It's probably not that big of a challenge for Zoro, but I wanna know, like, if Zoro was actually trying in this fight, how fast would he have beat him? Or if both of them were trying in this fight. Also, like, Denjuro calls himself the Shogun's loyal dog. And then Luffy's watching it in prison, just like, yeah, go Zoro Juro. And Queen's just like, oh, that must mean that he's a member of your crew if you're rooting for him. And Luffy's just like, I've never seen that man before in my life. Then we get the stringing up Killer and what's his name, Kid by the feet over the pot of water. And then Big Mom showing up, seeing Queen's devil fruit is a Brontosaurus. Big Mom no diffing the shit out of she like completely no diss the shit out of what's his name, Queen. Like absolutely beats his ass. You know, like completely and utterly destroys him. Gets her memories knocked back into her skull though, unfortunately for our heroes. And then we get Law learning that Basil basically stole the souls of his men, of his crew. By the way, where's the rest of Law's crew at this time? Do we know?
I think they moving around. Like
That
you say,
makes
they like
sense.
moving around. They doing some kind of moving around. Or some kind of investigating they're supposed to been doing. It's like a small detail that gets said.
Also, I like the thing where Sanji gets mad that Hiyori likes Zoro. It's just like, what? Mosshead knows that beautiful babe, but his bounty's lower than mine.
Back to the bounty thing they be doing.
Yeah. And then I like Kinemon's like, I'm sorry, Ashura Doji. I shouldn't have done this to y'all, but I needed you to fight no matter what. I'm sorry. I had to do it. Also, Queen's Brontosaurus, like he's a Brontosaurus, but I wonder if it was like a design choice to make him a Brontosaurus, or was it just the coolest dinosaur to him? And the reason I ask is because I find it hilarious that he gave the character with no neck the long neck dinosaur. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Because
you right.
Queen has no fucking neck.
At all.
Yeah, so
But
I
none
just
of the
think it's
pictures.
hilarious that he's just like, I'm gonna make this dude with no neck a Brontosaurus. The dinosaur that's
No, you
famous
right.
for having the longest neck.
No, you definitely right. I mean, it was
Also,
definitely one
like,
of
his
them.
neck isn't that long when he's a Brontosaurus, which I think is supposed to be an indictment of the fact he doesn't have a neck. Like, I think that's the joke, is that he doesn't have a neck, so that's why, as a Brontosaurus, he has such a short neck. Which kind of, like, cracks me up. Just like the idea of that. And they basically just drug Big Mom, which is hilarious. Because that's the only way a bunch of people that aren't also emperors or emperor level. And then Big Mom tries to kill them, kill Luffy and Old Man Hio. And then we get Luffy finally using advanced armament hockey for the first time. It's just like, damn, I learn how to do it. And Old Man Hio's just like, nah, bro, you gotta come protect me. I'm not moving from this spot. So if you don't want me to die, you gotta do that shit again. And that's one way to teach somebody how to do something though. Be like, if you can't pull it off, I'm gonna die. Not just them. And then what's it called? The next thing we get is successfully drugging Big Mom. Them taking her back to Onigashima. I mess up saying that all the time. And then we get the one of my absolute favorite face moments so far is this one with Queen, which if people like this one and think it's funny, we'll make this one of the emotes too, along with the other ones that we're making emotes. Whenever we get the ability to unlock making emotes.
Or the clean one. A
Yeah,
clean one too.
it's because it looks fucking hilarious.
Just might as well just do the Usopp one then from the sugar.
I was
That's
going to do
Rosa.
that one too. I already got that one saved. But it's like
Oh,
the
he
other
ready.
ones, like the four that I know for sure are gonna be ones for sure, or the ugly faces, and then the fucking Usopp face. But every other person's face and the Buggy's face from Marineford, cause the Buggy face from Marineford is the first time we've ever seen that face. Remember the the one that I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then we get the where we learn what Queen actually does, like a fucking bitch, that he poisons people because that's his whole shtick.
Yeah, he's freaking the plague, man.
Yep. And next week will probably when we get into the theory of the four horsemen thing, because that's when we're gonna talk about more of
Actually in
the
depth.
four high level guys, or it might be the next week after that. I can't remember when we learn more about King. But we get the playgrounds, and then we get the people of Wano ready to give up. But then between Kamamatsu, Luffy, Raizo, and Okiku, they're able to beat all the gifters and pleasures and headliners. Also, what's it called? You know, Kamamatsu before he was a samurai was a Yokozuna.
Really.
Yeah, he was the wrestling champion of Wano.
Yeah, I remember that tidbit now.
Yeah, and
Yeah, that's
you don't know it from the anime if you speak English because it doesn't tell you, but the manga tells you because it's on the little placard that's in Japanese. It says
that's
he's
crazy.
Yokozuna Kamamatsu because he doesn't have a last name. He's just Kamamatsu because he's a kappa. That's another thing. People are surprised at all these mythical creatures, but your best friend is a fucking kappa. Yeah, no, oh no, fucking magic. So you're telling me the Toad Turtle guy didn't throw it off that there's fucking magic or something approaching magic in your world? Like, go fuck yourself. You know what I mean? And he's like pretty strong for a dude that's been in prison, chained up for 13 years. Like, also
For
like when all the
13
people are about to like, they're just like, I want to give up. I want this plague to kill me. Luffy's just like, motherfuckers, look at me. This shit has no effect on me. What the fuck you mean? Y'all gotta get y'all
That's one
shit
of them.
together.
That's one of the moments where you lead by example, man. What I was saying, because man, he out there on the front line showing them folks that junk don't bother him. We obviously see that it does, Luffy. You don't got a lot of us.
And then he's just like, we came here to fuck Kaido up and chew bubble gum. And guess what? There's no bubble gum. Also, he 100% kills Elephant Man, right? Like, he 100% kills that man. Because he puts one of the bombs in his trunk, and Luffy ties it together, and it blows up inside the trunk. Like, we could agree Elephant Man's probably dead. Luffy committed murder. Like, Luffy low-key committed murder. Like, wholesale ass just. And then I like while he's still fucked up, Luffy's just like, get your bitch ass out there, Momo. Get your bitch ass out there and talk to your people. They're here for you, nobody else. And then we get Shunten and Mario agreeing to join them. Zoro and Hiyori escaping, and then that's where the episodes end.
And
Oh
that
no no no!
moment,
It
okay.
ends when it shows that they captured Law, because Law refused to cut down Basil, since he had the souls of his comrades in him.
I know. This whole little like by this point, Momonosuke, bro, had just he was the one who pretty much showed what the actual progress of somebody actually like fully like curing their own nihilism in a way. Because like Luffy was instrumental in all of that so far, and like to see Momonosuke go from being a kid who was been like so upset to a kid who was so like hesitant, so afraid, which we haven't seen the heights of that yet, but we see a lot, and Momonosuke being the one, he really just keeping like he's showing us the metaphor like in full swing and what it's doing for someone and how he's facing his fears and becoming like more of a what do you call it? Like more of a shogun in spirit and in act than he is with the actual title. And it's just great. It's just great when you think about it. Because I know Momo did it for me. Like you talk about Wano and all that stuff.
Yeah. mm, oh, fuck.
Ooh,
But yeah, that's where it ends this week, guys. Um, hopefully we'll see you all next week with the next set of episodes, cause it's about to start getting even more real with the stories.
we're about to have a lot more to talk about when it comes to this Wano situation and everything. Because like once we start seeing everything come together for the raid, I know we start to see a lot. Start to see a lot start to
Yeah,
unfold.
cause
Because
next,
then we got Odin's backstory to go over too soon. And I know we ain't gonna go through the
yeah,
entire thing, but I know just
what's
the
it
high
called?
points.
Next week is the entire Odin backstory.
Yeah, I figured it was next week.
Yeah, cause
But,
976 is the
start.
episode. No, 976 is the back to present day, 20 years in the future.
Okay, so we go through the whole thing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we go through
but
like
no, I
almost
know
the entire thing.
I know there's some good things to talk about in there. I know I got some things already going, but that I've been paying attention to. But I know there's some other things when I do the actual watch through. I'm gonna see.
Because I'm trying to see how many more weeks we have through Wano. Wano ends at 1088, so we got, what, 6 weeks? And then we're for Wano? Yep, 6 more weeks of Wano. Which,
All good.
in the grand scheme of things, is not a lot.
You know,
That's
that's
three
like
paychecks.
why you had diminished it like that, man. Why you had diminished it like that? Fuck. It's only three.
No, I was like that's how short amount of time it is. But yeah, guys, I hope y'all have a good one. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, make sure y'all like, comment, subscribe.
Yeah, y'all have a good one.